I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anywhere. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anywhere. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking, take me if you can survive if I let you. I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's gonna stop my showman Randy Savage now. I'm the man, I'm the icon, and yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like Goldberg Net. For the punks and the perverts, this is that'll work for Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Inchman and Barbie, they got the cheap seats, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, and your head is the man from Australia to Japan.
Check down the road, get back to first coast up the Mississippi. We are bigger, we are faster, and we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
And we're live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm the internet icon, the pride of the Pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, and some say a very handsome man. Jackie Jones, off my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, my enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power goat. Ah, how about that? Yeah.
Very powerful. And returning here, it's been a long time, Deathmatch legend, horror aficionado, and a very cool guy, Mad Man Pondo.
What's up, guys? I was looking at your shoot interview advertisements, and I know from experience that you had to put that disclaimer that George South was 4.5 hours.
Exactly, yeah.
Kind of once he gets started, you can't get that man to stop, but I
No.
love every word, man. I love every word.
And Rip Rogers tried to beat his record. And, well, I think he broke his first record, and then George had to come back to reclaim the record. And
I'm not even going to try, guys. I'm not even going to try.
And what I love George anyway, super nice guy. Even like
Super nice.
yeah, and like I'm not a religious guy, but he is, and he, that doesn't matter. We get along good, and I really respect that he works with a lot of guys that like he had like hardcore matches with Nick Gage lately and Effie, and like I was like, oh, this is cool because some of the older guys like really look down on some of the younger people, and he doesn't.
So there for a while, it was really bad for me. Like my mental health was bad, but George talked to me at least once every day saying, hey man, I'm here if you need me. So shout out to George South. I love some George South.
Very cool. Well, how are you doing now?
I'm good now, man. Like, I don't know, shit happens all the time. Sarah Logan leaving, being 53 and wrestling slowing down, but now it's picked up big time. What's up, Spooky Tuesday? But yeah, man, I'm doing all right now. I'll tell you the truth. As you know, the reason that you even asked me on here is I just got back from Japan. I'm getting ready to do the 23rd Gathering of the Juggalos, and I am the only wrestler that has been on all 23 Gathering of the Juggalos. So you can imagine the shit that I've seen in my time. And just, you name it, man. Like things are going all right for me.
Well, you just mentioned, you're 53, And something I noticed when you're in Japan, you were posting all these pictures, and I like that it wasn't just the wrestling stuff. It looked like you were really having a good time in
Oh yeah,
Japan in
man.
general.
So the Big Japan crew, the Big Japan roster, knew that I was a big Godzilla fan. So when we was in Hokkaido, they took I think 20-minute detour on the way to a show to get me to the Godzilla Museum. I don't know if you saw those pictures or
Yeah,
not.
that's awesome.
And some of my friends took me to Shinjuku, where behind me was the building with the huge Godzilla head and the hands hanging off of it. And then, went to Mr. Danger's to eat. I don't know if it's because he's the cook, but he has the best steak I have ever tasted in my life. And that's not an exaggeration. That's not me putting it over because he's my hero. It is nice going in there and you look through the kitchen and he's the cook. That's awesome. But I don't know. It's just damn good steak. But yeah, man. I went to Tokyo Disneyland. Me and Holly, Japanese girl, we went to Tokyo Disneyland, and now I come back to America and I'm wrestling and jacking off again. I mean, what am I doing? Why didn't I just stay there?
So what I was going to, because you said you're getting older, but you're still active. So did you take you thinking like maybe in your mind a little bit, this could be your last time here. So it looks like, hopefully you keep going, but you take time to really soak it in and enjoy it.
I tell you the truth, I'm thinking about making the move to Japan.
Oh, really? That'd be cool.
Yeah. When I'm wrestling over there, okay, so here in America, there's a lot of promoters who, I don't know, just get something in their head. There is a lot. So when I first started, there was a handful of deathmatch workers. Now they're all over the place. So there's a lot more to choose from, younger and more faster than 53-year-old slow ass Pondo. What's up, Anthony Aberstar? Oh, that's you, right?
Yeah,
Anyway.
Tony Overstar out there. He's goosey when he calls in. So.
Oh no, this is 1 inch bicep.
Yeah, that's
so.
the OIB.
Yeah.
So like that was part of my depression there for a bit. Like promoters would just bring me in and use me as talent enhancement once in a while. But since I went to Japan, I have gotten so many callbacks from promoters saying, hey, can you come in this day? Can you come in this day? And my answer is always hell yes, as long as, make sure I get paid, make sure, all that. And I mean, I still work as hard as I can, not as hard as I used to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in Japan, what are the Japan audiences like? Do you think they kind of, because they don't, do they have more like respect for you? And it seems like the culture itself has more respect for people with experience.
Totally. And then, so this is how this last Japan tour even came about. So Big Japan had their 25th anniversary not too long ago, and they asked me to cut a promo promoting that. Hey, congratulations, 25 years and all that shit. So I walked down to the walking bridge here in Jeffersonville, Indiana, and there is a huge American flag. So I had that behind me waving, and I congratulated Big Japan. Well, come to find out, I was the most talked about thing on that whole show. Like they was like, oh shit, can you bring back Mad Man Pondo and all this? So when they did, there was a lot of Big Japan fans since COVID that stopped going to Big Japan, but all of a sudden they all started coming back, and they loved me. They loved Necro. I'm not bragging. I'm just telling you. I will say one thing. So when I left Japan, whoever I brought with me, we were Baka Gaijin, and Baka Gaijin is stupid foreigners.
I looked that up for the interview.
Yes. So Baka Gaijin is, crazy. Baka Gaijin and now Drew Parker and Chris Brooks, pretty boys that are good wrestlers. They're good fucking wrestlers, but they're not Baka Gaijin, but they're calling themselves Baka Gaijin. So when I got in the ring at Shinkiba and told everybody I am Baka Gaijin, a lot of them who didn't go to Big Japan back then was looking at me like, why am I still in Drew Parker's shit? Which made me really grit my teeth. But, I am, oh my God, you would not believe how hard it was for me to use the words Baka Gaijin over there. It's like a big insult. But New Jack told me one time that he was in Tennessee and people were saying a certain word to him. And he got on the microphone and just started calling himself that word. He is the head of that word. And he said they stopped. So once I found out Baka Gaijin was a big insult, I was like, all right, that's what I'll do. I'll be Baka Gaijin. And sure enough, it took off.
So if you did move there, besides just the wrestling, I assume you like the food, the culture, the people.
Well, the food, they have this Japanese restaurant called McDonald's. It's McDonald's. That's
Right.
McDonald's. But I mean, they have the same restaurants that we do now. So it wouldn't be as difficult. Let me tell you. So this time when back in 2000, I went from 2000 to 2008. And then I went again in 2017. This time, when you're riding the train, they say what station and what's the next station in Japanese. But now they also do it in English, and then they do it in Korean. 2000 to 2008, they didn't do nothing like that. Like it was a turkey shoot whether you was going the right way or not. And then the convenience stores now, they don't just have Japanese and it's mystery what you're eating. Now they have the English, what it is underneath it. So things are and now the hotels have English on everything. They did not back in 2000, 2008. So now I know how to put on the English subtitles. So things are so much easier now than they was back in the day.
Do you have any like Japanese language knowledge? Like I was just wondering like how to interact with the other wrestlers.
Yeah. So I got all the cuss words down. I mean that's just every country, every country you go to, you always learn all the cuss words. But I got Denwa Bongo Oshiete de Kudasai, which is please give me your telephone number. That's for the ladies, of
That's
course.
for Holly.
And then, I got some sentences. I had a Japanese wife at one time.
Oh, really?
But she learned English more than I did Japanese.
I see.
And so I do have some, but it's not as difficult calling a match as what you think it would be because they know the names of moves, or if they have a move, they'll show you. I mean, it's not as difficult as what people think, but I get that question a lot. How do you talk to them before the matches and stuff like that? It's way so much easier back to 2002. Just like that train. Now they're figuring out, oh, well, Americans are coming. We better learn some kind of English.
Yeah. So Necro Butcher was really sick a few years ago. I don't think, people thought he was actually going to make it. Yeah.
2 years ago, lymph cancer. He was 156 pounds. And it was such an honor, such a good feeling to me that me and Necro was a team again. And he's got his weight back. All the Japanese wrestlers are afraid of his Texas punch. All that cool shit that he was before, he is back and, better than ever.
How does the Japanese crowd take to the MAGA stuff?
You know what? So Necro took 16 hats over there, 16 MAGA hats, sold them all.
Oh,
Even sold the one off his head. I don't think they understand it like we do. But me, I don't give a shit. Like I don't even vote because I don't want to mess up on who I vote for. Therefore, I just don't do. But like every once in a while, Necro would ask me to wear one of those hats, or he would try to put that flag in front of me for a picture. And I'm not dumb. I still want to get booked. I know why. Trouble getting booked. So yeah, common ground. We both understood each other, but that was his gimmick.
Yeah.
I didn't want him to change his. He's not asking me to change mine. And I don't think anybody over there really understood the magnitude.
Yeah, it's just kind of like the symbolism, I think. Is
yes, exactly.
Pepe Poteet wants to know, what are your thoughts on death matches nowadays?
Death matches were at an all-time high. You got to realize, and I'm not bragging again, but I was number 3 in America to start doing death matches. Axel Rotten and Piece of Shit Rotten was 1 and 2. I went with Piece of Shit Rotten, and so that made me number 3. And so people hated Piece of Shit, therefore they hated what we represented. It was so hard, but we made magazines, companies, people wanted to know who Mad Man Pondo was. Well, if you look at it now, I mean, who would have ever thought that a pay-per-view would be headlined by a death match? And I'm talking about Kenny Omega and
Eddie
Moxley.
And Moxley.
Oh yeah. Oh, even the Kingston one too was.
Now, don't get me wrong. That fireworks show that was a shit show. But the thing about it is, shit show or not, that was the main draw for that pay-per-view. Who would have ever thought that?
Yeah.
Then Nick Gage and
Jericho.
Who would have ever thought that would be on
a live show on Turner? Yeah.
And then I can't remember if it was before Jericho and Nick Gage or after, but Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker on that one match,
that was awesome.
They tore it down. Like I wrote them both and said, "Hey, I'm proud of both of you." Thunder Rosa said, "No." Britt Baker said nothing. Thunder Rosa said thanks. But either way, I wanted them to know, hey, and if you think about it, those three death matches being on pay-per-view or nationwide TV helped death matches. A lot of deathmatch workers are like, I can't believe they're doing that there. Why put it down if it helped? It helped death matches. Now, oh my God, let me go through them. You got GCW, you got ICW, you got Horror Slam, you got, help me out, guys. I mean, just deathmatch company after deathmatch company now.
XPW's back. Yeah.
XPW is back, and you got deathmatch worker after deathmatch worker now, and I'm talking about some brave guys. They remind me of what I used to do back in the day before social media. All right. Social media when I was doing death matches was wrestling magazines and tape trading videotapes. Now, if I want to see Schlack throw a man through a barbed wire, light tube, chicken coop, whatever, all I got to do is write that on a description and boom, I can watch that. But back in the day, it was so much harder. Yeah,
I know it's like cliche, but I remember getting the King of the Deathmatch tournament with with Funk and Mick Foley, back in the
Yeah.
90s, and watching that like a million times, like, because I, at that time I'd never seen anything quite like that. It was,
I'll tell you what I got. I had a compilation of the Mr. Danger, Mr. Pogo feud, and I wore that damn thing out. So I got that one good quality off somebody from Japan, and then when I wore it out, I loved it so much. I bought one off of RF. You take that for what you will.
Yeah.
That's where I used to get mine.
Yeah, I bought one off of RF, and the quality was shit, but I still watched it because I knew what it was.
Mhm.
Now I'm first name basis with both those guys. I mean, rest in peace, Mr. Pogo, Mr. Danger. Think about that. The two heroes that you was watching to become stupid like I am today knows you by, Masanaga welcomes me with every time I come to his restaurant. Mr. Pogo always wanted me to come work for his company. That's a pretty big honor when you think about it.
That's
The
amazing.
only one that I missed out of those three was Onita. I never got a match with Onita.
So, were you a wrestling fan before getting into the deathmatch tape?
Dude, you would not. So, back in the day, and I'm talking about young Mad Man Pondo, me and my brother every Sunday would go eat at my great grandparents' house. Not just my grandparents, my great grandparents' house. And of course, my family is very reserved. They don't want to be center of attention, and I'm in your face, But they would, after dinner, after lunch, whatever, they would put on Channel 7 Wrestling, which is Jerry the King Lawler, Bill Dundee, the Sheep Herders, the Moondogs, all that shit. And some of my family would leave, and me and my brother was really confused on why. But then we found out. My small great grandma and my tall, very old great grandpa will be watching that wrestling, and next thing you know, there'd be them dirty motherfuckers and son of a bitch. And me and my brother were laughing so hard that our ribs would hurt. And that, I think, made me such a wrestling fan. So I have been watching wrestling. There was a company in St. Louis called Wrestling at the Chase. There was a company close to which I got to see Bruiser Brody a lot.
No, it's cool.
A lot of people didn't get to see Bruiser Brody.
Yeah, I never saw him
yeah.
live. Yeah.
Brody a lot. There was another company close to my grandparents' house, ICW, ran by Angelo Poffo. So I got to see Macho Man and Leaping Lanny. Then, of course, Evansville was pretty close, really close. And then there was Chicago was 5 hours from me, but this guy named Roy West Jr., he took a liking to me and a bunch of my friends. And no, it's not a pedophile story, but it sounds like that's what it was. He was a really cool guy who loved wrestling, who loved anybody who loved wrestling. So he would take us to Chicago with him, and we got to see WWF, we got to see WCW, we got to see AWA, all them cool promotions. World Championship Wrestling out of Texas used to run in Chicago for some reason. I still don't know why. And then the coolest company at that time was a company called Windy City Wrestling. And the reason to me that was so cool was because they do all these mixed matches, like they had Bruiser Brody versus John Sword, which is the Barbarian now. Not John Sword, John Nord. Excuse me, John Nord. Then they had Bam Bam Bigelow versus Bam Bam Terry Gordy for the Bam Bam name before ECW did that. They had Captain Colonel De Beers and Sergeant Slaughter in boot camp matches. They had Bam Bam Bigelow. I mean, they had all these cool wrestlers. So Windy City Wrestling was my favorite at the time. It was ran by Sam DeCiro, who really didn't care for me. That's a whole nother story. Anyway, I hope someday Sam DeCiro's dream was to wrestle in Japan. Well, I have been there 44 times. So I hope if somehow Sam DeCiro hears about this, that he'll be like, hey, Mad Man Pondo made it, But I know he didn't care too much for me back in the day.
So, around what time did you decide like this is something I actually want to do?
My mom had a paper for the longest time from my grade school, and what it said was, draw what you want to be when you get older. And some of the kids were drawing cops, some of the kids were drawing firemen, some were drawing doctors, Kiss Asses was drawing teachers. You know how that goes. Mine had a wrestling ring with two stick figures going at each other saying, I want to be a professional wrestler. And my mom had that paper for the longest time. She has no idea where it is, but this is in grade school. So that should tell you, to this day, I'm a small town kid from Florida, Illinois, but no, I've not had any huge TV notoriety, but damn it, that one piece of paper means something today because I have made something of my name. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on In Your Head Wrestling podcast right now. Think about that.
Excellent.
You wouldn't have been in Japan 44 times.
There you go. There you go.
Did you bring your saw blade on the plane, or did you have to like?
I did.
Oh, do you check it? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, you got to check it under the plane. You can't bring it on, but you just take it apart. Take it apart, and then all you have is a saw blade and a bat. All right. Now, I will tell you, not too long ago, to get off subject a little bit, I was traveling over into Canada, and the lady asked me if I had any firearms. I said no. She asked me if I had any drug paraphernalia. No. And she still made me go to the checkpoint. So 4 cops come out checking my car, and one come behind me and said, can you put your hands behind your back? And I did. They said, can you lock your fingers? I did. So he held my hands while the guy at the trunk said, you want to explain these? And he had a pair of brass knuckles out of my wrestling. Now, I haven't used those brass knuckles for, I can't even tell you how long ago. But, it's a gimmick. They're there, right?
Yeah.
So he says, you want to tell me about these? And I'm like, oh, I'm a professional wrestler. And those are just for a prop, and he says, well, when the lady at the front asked you if you had any firearms, why did you not tell her about these? And I said, because I never shot anybody with a pair of brass knuckles. Wrong answer. The guy behind me held my hands up very high to handcuff me. Of course, I just got off a 2-day of Violent J's birthday party and then wrestling in Michigan. So my forehead looked like a serial killer. So they handcuffed me. They're taking me in. Each cop has me by the arm, and then there's 2 cops on each side of them, and they're taking me through the lobby of the Canadian border. And all these people are just in horror staring at me like I'm Hannibal Lecter getting run through this fucking place. So anyway, it took some hours, but finally, this was all older guys. And where they got me was they said, are brass knuckles even legal in America? Oh shit, you got me. Right? But this is what saved me. A younger agent from there walked in the room. I had a Cactus Jack shirt on. He looked at me and he goes, Mick Foley. My hands were handcuffed, or I would have held them like this and said, thank you, Jesus. This is what I've been waiting on. So I said, I know Mick Foley. And they was like, oh, how do you know Mick Foley? I said, we do the same wrestling. And that guy goes, "Oh, that's why all those weapons were in your trunk." Thank you, Jesus. So everything got so much easier on me. Now, here's the irony. You cannot go into Canada with a pair of brass knuckles.
Mm-mm.
A baseball bat with a saw blade on it.
It's totally fine, right?
2 stop signs with blood on it. Okay. Razor blades, butter knives with blood on the tape. All that's okay, but don't you dare bring brass knuckles into Canada.
Might shoot somebody. Right.
That's it. That's it.
Spooky Tuesday started following you in 2004 through IWA Mid-South and CCW. Back in 2004, 2005, were there any guys in the locker room who wrestled like New Jack, if you know what I mean?
You mean where they like off the rails? And here's the thing about New Jack, man. If you go through some of his shoot interviews, they ask him about me, and he'll straight up tell them, he's like, "Pondo's my boy." And I'll tell you why. A lot of guys would tell New Jack what they wanted to do. I wasn't that dumb. I knew, okay, you let New Jack tell you what he wants to do. Let him tell you when you can do what you want to do. I was that smart. So he loves me. He loves Necro. I never had any problem with New Jack. One time we was in a 3-way, and one kid hit New Jack with something that he wasn't supposed to, and New Jack went and grabbed this Wolverine,
like the blade,
you know what I'm talking about, right?
The claws, yeah.
And he started going after that kid. Well, I put myself in front of that kid. That way, we didn't have another mass transit incident, you know. I mean, so yeah, me and New Jack always got along. So to say, does anybody wrestle like New Jack? Well, there's a lot who wrestle like New Jack because they want control. And you know what? By God, if they want control and it means not getting frog gigged in my ribs with a big Wolverine pair of brass knuckles, by all means, let's do it. So Vader, he wanted control. He got me in the corner. He gave me a couple of hard ones to the face. I gave him one, and everything was soft after that. Manny Fernandez, when I got into the ring was broken. The only thing holding me up from the floor was the canvas. Well, I didn't want Manny Fernandez getting in there and getting hurt, so I shot out of the ring and started fighting him on the outside of the ring. He thought I was shooting on him. He holds my head down and starts banging the back of my neck. So finally, he goes to get into the ring, and he puts his hands on the edge of the ring, and the board comes up, and he turns around and looks at me. He goes, "The ring's broke." I said, "No shit." Stop hitting me.
Try to help him out.
I mean, so I hope I answered your question, but New Jack was not that bad a guy as long as you followed the rules of New Jack, and I always did.
Yeah. I mean, we never wrestled him or anything, but always really nice to us. He's on the show 3 times, and he's on the guy who did our opening theme song, Duckman. I asked him to do a part of a track, and he did it. It's just always a cool guy with us.
Yes.
Stellar Steven, Pondo's thoughts on the ICP Backyard Wrestling games.
I got nothing bad to say about that video game. Back in the day, there was checks being thrown around. There was a trip to England. There was a trip to Japan for that video game. We did a little stint of something in Germany, I think. I can't remember, but yeah, I had no problems with that video game. And here's the thing. I say that I've never been on mainstream TV or, nothing mainstream. That video game, that put me in a different category there for a while because people will buy WWE 2K12, whatever nowadays, and they will create their wrestler or they'll create themselves or they'll create their favorite wrestler. And their names will have a green square. Backyard Wrestling 1 and 2. Shit. I was part of fucking game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have to worry about that. And then Firestarter Returns came out, and there is a Necro character, there's a Too Tough Tony character, and there's a Mad Man Pondo character. I think my name is Murderer Londo, Too Tough Dory. Let me tell you a story about that. So Too Tough Tony used to have this like ugly brown strand of hair right here, bald as shit, but used to have this ugly, and we used to call it his Dory Funk Jr. And I'd tell him, I'm like, you got to shave that shit. He was like, no, man, it's the only hair I got left. I'm not shaving it. I get you, deal. I get you, Jack. So,
It's fun.
so then we get a copy of the video game, and we're playing it in the dojo. And Tony looks at his character. He goes, what's that brown triangle on my forehead? I said, that's your Dory Funk Jr. He immediately, before playing the game, went to the bathroom, shaved it off, and came back, and we played the game.
So it helped out Too Tough Tony. Yeah.
But I got to go for the first video game, I got to go to E3, and I ate right next to Tony Hawk. Such a nice guy. I got to meet Randy Jackson and Paul Abdul. Paul Abdul didn't care too much for me. That's okay. I got to meet Anna Nicole Smith. You know, and whatever bag that I had was way heavier when I went home. I don't know if you guys ever tried to go or wanted to go to E3, but it is free shit all day long. I mean,
Is that the big thing in Chicago?
No,
The
it was
video
in New
game.
York.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry, LA.
All
It
right,
was in
because
LA.
I think I forget what they called the one in Chicago. It was a similar name, but yeah.
Well, so it was so long ago. What's that prison game?
It's just more of the video game guy.
Prison
Yeah.
game.
It's a guy with an afro, and he's got an orange prison outfit on, and you got to take him through the prison. And anyway,
I don't know.
that was part of it. And then on the wall, they had a big banner for a Warriors game coming out. And
Yeah.
I was freaking out. I'm like, holy shit, they're making a video game of the Warriors. But that didn't come out for another 4 or 5 years.
Oh.
But when it did, I was like, hell yeah. But yeah, E3 was awesome. I mean, so, and like I said, we got to go to England for the video game. And the company was called Eidos, EIDOS. Eidos, Eidos. I don't know how the fuck you say it.
Yeah.
So anyway, we got to fly to England, and we wrestled one time. And then they let each of us, because it was me, M-Dog, and Josh Prohibition, they let us each pick a day on what we wanted to do in England. So Josh Prohibition picked the Holocaust Museum. M-Dog picked this great big flea market. I think that's Camden Park, maybe. I don't know. If you guys know, if somebody knows, put it in the comments.
Yeah, I've been to. I was the first time I was in London. Listener of the show, Dobbs took us there. So.
I hear you. My pick, 24 hours on the TV, was David Blaine hanging underneath the London Bridge.
Okay, very cool.
So I told those guys I want to go see David Blaine hanging underneath the bridge. Nobody knew what I had planned, but that's what I told them I wanted to do. So they took me, M-Dog, Josh Prohibition, and we went. And as soon as I saw that he was hanging up there, they had these, not food trucks, but like food carts and stuff. He was hanging underneath that London Bridge for 48 days without food and water. Thank you, Colleen. He was hanging under that bridge for 44 days without food and water. My plan was, and it succeeded, I went to one of those food vendors and I bought the biggest cheeseburger I could find. And then I went and I didn't even buy his soda because it was like this big. I waited till I could find the biggest soda that I could find. Went back, winged my way through all these people, got to the fence, yelled his name, and he looked right at me, and I said, "Ah." When I took that Coke and I was drinking that Coke, he was laughing his ass off. But all the people behind me was like, "Oh, that's so mean. I can't believe it." But that was my plan from the beginning. And because of that, Eidos will never forget Mad Man Pondo.
I love it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Damn these stories of legendary Pepe Poteet.
Thank you, Pepe.
And Colleen, I posted this earlier, but these stories are amazing.
Hell yeah, Colleen. I got plenty.
Paul Marshall, what's your relationship with Ian Rotten these days? Well, if you would have listened a little earlier.
Well, Paul, I just got done going to the bathroom and I flushed. I flushed that guy.
Yeah, you don't hear too many positive stories, I have to say about
You know what? For years, I knew shit about the man. And for years, I never said anything about him. I had wrestlers trying to get me to talk bad about him. I had fans trying to get me to talk bad about him. I had podcasts offering me money to talk bad about him, and I never did it. But one day he just turned his back on me, and I'm not even going to go into what he did. But after that, fair game, man. I mean, I tell anybody what I knew back then and what I know now. So yeah, what's his name? Who asked that?
Paul Marshall.
Yeah.
Paul Marshall. Yeah, that's right.
Inchman, you got a question from Facebook or social media here?
Yeah, I got one here. What hurts most, a circular saw blade to the face or a sawzall? I would say the sawzall.
Never took the sawzall.
Yeah.
And basically, that saw blade don't hurt me at all.
Mm-hmm.
Hurts other people, but not me.
I was wondering what was the origin story behind the bat and the saw blade.
The origin story is I went to slave to the Deathmatch tournament in Denver, Colorado for Joe McDougal or I Am the Provider, and the guy had one on a little bitty red bat, but he had a screw in it to where it wouldn't spin. But when I saw it, I asked him about it. I'm like, "Oh, this is cool," and he told me that he played a game called Dead Island.
Mm-hmm.
And for Dead Island, you could put things together. Well, that's one of the things that you can put together. So I asked him if I could have it, and of course he was partial to it, and I get it. He took it, but as soon as I got home, my buddy Fred Ferguson, he's got tools, he's got a circular saw, he's got everything that I needed. So I went and bought a saw blade and a wooden baseball bat, and we're talking about 2:00 in the morning. We're out there like making noise, sawing shit, but we made that damn bat, and I still have it to this day.
Excellent.
Tony Oberstar, what's your biggest regret of your career?
I get this question a lot, and I have two regrets. One, once wrestling gets in you, it's very difficult to get out. I've known 4 wrestlers that have totally gotten out. Sick Nick Mondo, Rick Blade, Zandig, which I think he might be coming back. And I'm sure there was one more. I forget who it is. But every other wrestler that says that shit about I'm going to retire or I'm quitting, my response every time is, you ain't quitting shit. You'll be back. Don't worry about it. Don't sell your boots because you're going to need them because you'll be back. But I would have liked either not being so addicted to wrestling or my 3 daughters being more into what I was doing, because it kind of conflicted, and I mean, I still get along great with my daughters, but the oldest one I can talk wrestling to. She wants to know what I did in my matches. The other 2 don't give 2 shits what I do in those matches. They don't want to hear about it. So yeah, that's one regret. And the other regret would be, I wish I would have been smarter and worked out a little bit. Because now I'm 53 and this gut ain't going nowhere, no matter what I do. But I still want to wrestle. I still want people to take me serious. So, yeah, that's the 2 regrets. Still having a huge stomach because I ate what I wanted all that time, and my kids not really appreciating what I do. But I will say, and I said this before, I'll say it again, from a small town kid from Flora, Illinois, and I'm talking a town of 5,000. If you Wikipedia Flora, Illinois, and you scroll down to notable people, I am one of those notable people. It says Kevin Kennedy, Mad Man Pondo. In school, I was a huge fuck up. So for that to even be a thing, that's because of professional wrestling. Doing a movie with Robert Englund, that's because of professional wrestling. Those video games you guys was talking about, that's because of professional wrestling. Being a producer for Jerry Springer, that's because of professional wrestling. Having a book about me, which I'll give you the how to buy it here in a minute, that I never would have thought. And the one thing that I know that nobody in my school, my guidance counselor, she when you know how you're supposed to go in, your guidance counselor is supposed to tell you about jobs that you can get. My guidance counselor just flat out told me, Kevin, you messed around in school so much, I have no idea what job to tell you. Well, guess what, guidance counselor? But here's the thing. Did anybody in my school, in my town on earth, think that I would be the one to do a speech in between the Lincoln Memorial and the Washington Monument? No, they did not. I didn't, but I did it, man. I mean, how much more history ridden from Florida, Illinois would I have to be? But I did a speech where Kennedy, where Martin Luther King, I mean, where Forrest Gump ran across the water and yelled Jenny. I mean, I'm that guy. I'm the one that did that speech. So wrestling's treated me great over the years, fellas.
Excellent.
Before I get to this question, I do want to ask, what is it about wrestling that does make it so addictive? Is it the camaraderie to the wrestlers?
You know what?
Being in front of the crowd?
What is it about cocaine that makes it so addictive? What is it about Chinese food that makes it so addictive? What is it about? You know, it's something you can't explain, but something that I have loved since childhood, that today people, you know, they recognize me as Mad Man Pondo. When I walk out from my matches and they're chanting my name, big thrill. When I sit down at a table with 8x10s, books, and T-shirts, and fans come over and they buy those things, it's not the money. I'm not giving it away for free, but it's not the money, but it's just the inside. I mean, you can go to my Facebook. You can look at some of the celebrities that I've hung out with. Why? Because of professional wrestling. And I'm a big celebrity guy. Me and Jack was just talking about how I am a bigger horror movie fan than I am a wrestling fan. But I'm known more for wrestling, and I get that. But I mean, I hung out with ICP. I did a movie with Robert Englund. Vanilla Ice wrote the foreword for my book. You know, I mean, who has stories like that? So this is the way I put it. Both of you have factories in your town, whether it be a Toyota factory, a chair factory. Okay. In those factories, there is probably 300 to 500 people who work inside those factories. And God bless every one of them for doing it. But here's the thing. After those 300 to 500 people pass away, is anybody going to remember any of those people for helping us make chairs or any of that? No.
Yeah.
But because of professional wrestling, people are going to remember who Mad Man Pondo is. And that's what this whole thing is about. I have told my mom, I have told my dad, I have told every ex-girlfriend I've had, every ex-wife I've had, I've told my children, I've told my good friends. When I die, I don't want to have a funeral. If you find out they had a funeral for me, you go and you crash it and you knock that casket.
Inter and I will do that. Yeah.
He didn't want that. But so I don't want to have a funeral because I don't want a bunch of people sitting around crying about what I am. I want people to laugh and smile and get excited about what I was. So I want my name to keep going on even after I pass away. And here's the important part. In my hometown, there was a man who had a gravestone and it said Holt on it, Holt. But underneath it, it had this demon head on it. Big ears, big tongue. So people in my hometown would make up stories about this Holt guy that he was like the first Satanist or you know, how evil this guy was. None of them know this guy. But because of that demon head, stories are made. Therefore, that guy lives on. Now, I don't want a demon head, but I want a skull and crossbones on my headstone. That way, when people walk by and they see that skull and crossbones, they're going to make up that same stories about me.
Yeah, the kids will be like, man, this guy was...
I'll keep on living. I'll keep on living. And that's what I want to do. That book, John Cosper, he asked me several times, hey, I want to do a book on you. And I kept saying, no, I really don't think people wants to know what I got to say. Finally, I said, okay, let's do it. We have sold so many copies of that book. I am shocked people want to know what I have to say. But I'm so glad John Cosper taught me.
Yeah. Where can you get the book?
Thank you. I was waiting on that lead in.
It's very professional here. Yeah.
So the name of the book is Memoirs of a Madman. If you don't care about it being autographed, you can get it on Amazon.com or you can go to eatsleepwrestle.com. That's all one word, lowercase, eatsleepwrestle.com, and talk to John Cosper. You can get an autographed copy off of him. Tell him I sent you. He's not going to give you anything any cheaper, but hell, it'll make me look better. And then Jack, I keep trying to say the other name. Jack.
Oh, Neil's fine. Everyone knows by now, so it's fine.
Okay. But you saw my Japanese T-shirt, right?
Yeah, I love it.
All right. If you want that Japanese T-shirt or other Mad Man Pondo T-shirts, go to deathmatchworldwide.com and talk to Corey Higdon. All those T-shirts are on there, but there it is. I'm so proud of that T-shirt.
I love it.
That's
I am
awesome.
a big Kung Fu movie guy.
Yeah.
And there I am with the saw bat, taking out the leader of the samurais, telling him I love Japan. And that Japanese wording above there says Bakagai Jin. So that shirt signifies my Japanese tour of 2023.
I love it. I might wear it
That's
here.
awesome.
I think I might get one to wear it here on future shows. I also
Hell yeah.
do want to get the book and read it, and
Hell
to
yeah.
do a part 3 at some point after we get the book. But that's very cool. I'm glad that,
More
that your book is
questions?
out there. And what?
More questions?
Yeah, a
Well-
whole bunch here.
Let's ask the Lexar question. Yeah.
Lexar, thoughts on Zandig canceling Ultraviolet Underground?
I don't think he did. I think I don't know because I'm not on the inside of that, but I know Zandig was very excited about that whole Ultraviolent company coming out, and then it had to have been, which I don't know. This is just me speculating. Something on not Zandig's side, somebody else's side. I don't know who it is. And basically, I shouldn't even be saying what I am right now, but I know when Zandig puts his mind to something, it's there, it's set, and he had his mind set on that. For him to say, "Hey, this shit ain't happening," something had to happen on somebody else's side. Of course, I don't know though.
Lexar also wants to know, Pondo, your thoughts on deathmatch wrestling promoters having beefs with each other over which talent works for a company.
You know, I'll tell you right now, I don't get into it. I don't care about it. I want to do death matches. I want to wrestle. I want to pay my bills at the end of the week. So I get along with ICW. I get along with RPW. I get along with GCW. I get along, company after company after company. I ain't in it. I don't care about it. I'm not in the fight. If you want to use me, by all means, get a hold of me and use me. But if anybody was to say, all right, now that you're here, you can't go there, that ain't happening with me. Like I'm a independent guy, and I like going places and having fun. I don't know if you realize, but when I go places, I'm not just going to wrestle. Like when I was wrestling in Washington, D.C., I went to the Exorcist Steps. When I wrestled in Denver, I went to the Shining House. When I wrestled in Texas, I went to the original house in 8, and then I went to the gas station. I mean,
Oh, that's awesome.
I am a damn touring fool, and I love what I do. So, yeah, I don't get into that company battle crap. I don't give a shit about it.
Yeah.
Did you always do that when you used to travel, or is that something
Of course,
you did later
man.
on?
Like,
Okay, very cool.
here's the thing. You know how a lot of kids talk about, oh, my mom and dad separated and it messed me up, or oh, I had such a terrible childhood. I ain't got stories like that. My mom and dad are still alive today. They still love each other. They're still together. They've never been apart. Vacation all the time. I've probably been to Disney more than a lot of people has even thought about. A lot of vacations. I'm just that guy. I like to go and have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Being 53 and still walking around and not sore and hunchback to the Notre Dame, I think had a lot to do with getting out there and having a good time and forgetting that I'm 53.
And you don't drink or anything, right?
I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't chew tobacco. I don't smoke weed. I don't take pills. I don't do any kind of drugs. I do way too much damn Chinese food. That's about it.
Let's see. Intron, I don't drink either. Pepe
No.
Petit, thoughts on using buckets of salt?
It's a good effect, but number one, the shit hurts. Number two,
We saw in Terrifier too.
yeah, there you go. I always wondered if Damian Leone saw that in a wrestling match.
Yeah, you could.
If you see him before I do, you ask him, and if I see him, I'll ask him. But it makes the ring totally slick. One time, some fans, me and a guy named Die Hard Dustin Lee, he gave me a bump through some fluorescent light tubes. Easy bump. Next thing I know, my lips and my corners of my nose are on fire. And he's reaching for me. He can't find me. He goes, Pondo, my eyes are fucking burning. And I'm like, yeah. And next thing I know, my eyes are burning. Somebody put cayenne pepper, filled these light tubes up with cayenne pepper, and we didn't know it. And we used it, and it went straight up and came straight down on us. So a lot of times people want to see a certain effect, but they don't realize they're actually fucking up the wrestlers. And I just don't get it.
Yeah, and that's something that probably like the audience wouldn't even pick up on. It would be more like, just hurting I love the cover of the book.
That's awesome. Yeah.
The guy who made the new Japan T-shirt, this is his work, Seiyazawa.
I love it. That really is very fun. Let's see here. We have people just saying like Pepe says Sick Nick Mondo was awesome.
He was, still is.
Yeah. Is he doing well?
Yeah. I was at an AEW show, and he was doing camera work, or he was doing something for John Moxley, and we found out each other was there, and we hung out for a little while. Yeah, he's doing good.
Awesome.
I'll get to yours second. Sorry. Zyla wants to know Deadpool on YouTube, but he's Zyla on Facebook. How do you personally preserve your mental health as you get older?
I'm fucking nuts. Here's the thing. I ain't gonna lie. Like everybody knows I was dating Sarah Logan there for a while, and she just up and left. Oh my god, what a brain fuck that was. And then from there, Ian and this other chick got in the ring, and they started this shit with me, and they did it right downstairs where I live. Like the Two Tough Tony's wrestling arena is right there, and my door is right there. So they did it right where I lived, and like I said, some promoters was just shunning me and forgetting about me. So there for a while, I'm not going to lie, my mental health was not doing good. But now that things are on the rise with the wrestling and, the Japanese girl, that wasn't too bad of a feat. And, things are going good right now. So mental health, okay, but that's also a 0. So
yeah, I also appreciate you talking about that. Some people might think they're too tough or whatever to talk about mental health problems. But I think
before you move on, then let me tell you this. So right now, the holidays are over, but if anybody out there has any thoughts in their brain of harming themselves in any way, my Facebook is Kevin Kennedy, Canady. I don't judge. I don't tell people what I read. If it's gotten to the point where you feel that you're not needed on this earth anymore, or you feel you need to hurt yourself, write me. I will write you back. I promise. And let's talk about this a minute. And yeah, like right now, everybody's mental health right after COVID, right? Everybody's got shit going on, but that's my thing that I will do. If somebody out there is having trouble, get a hold of me. Let's talk about it.
That's very good of you. Spooky Tuesday said, I read Pondo's book. Is it a thumbs up?
What'd you think, Spooky Tuesday? And what was your favorite story?
Yes, let us know here. Colleen the Conqueror, 100% certified badass.
Nah, used to be, but not no more. Nah.
Lexar, which is more dangerous, panels of glass or light tubes?
I would say light tubes because Well, sometimes guys will read on panels of glass, it'll say tempered glass, but they're not.
Yeah.
I've seen bad cuts on both, but I have been playing in light tubes since 94, since 99, maybe. Anyway, a long fucking time. And yeah, I have had some cuts, but nothing too bad. Panes of glass, I've never had a huge cut off of. So I would say light tubes, because they're so unpredictable.
Especially if they're filled with cayenne pepper.
Damn right.
Spooky Tuesday favorite underrated horror movie.
I'll tell you right now what it is. It is Mother's Day from Charles Kaufman. Not Lloyd Kaufman, his brother Charles Kaufman. Yeah. It's a terrible premise for a movie, but my favorite part is there's two brothers in there, Ike and Adley, and they're adults and they're rapists and they're killers, but they're also a couple of children that argue with each other like they're little kids and stuff like that. So that's one. Number two is a movie from New Zealand or Australia. Help me out with that, Jack. It's called Wormwood, Road of the Dead. Now, I will tell you, it's a zombie film. I will tell you this. Sometimes their accents get really, really strong. So watch it with the subtitles the first time, then watch it again without the subtitles. They got these, remember on Crocodile Dundee that had them Aborigine guys that would come out? Sometimes those accents get really, really strong. A third one is a movie called Girl House that has a serial killer named Loverboy in it. Those are three that I always tell people, hey, if you want an underrated one, what's the word?
Underrated's good or
underrated one.
Yeah.
Underappreciated.
Check out those three.
Very cool. Lexar, do you regret your promo 2017 where you said that you thought that deathmatch wrestling is dead in front of thousands of fans?
Did I say that?
I guess so.
According to Lexar.
If I did say that,
might have been like in character, probably like something. I don't know, but
probably in character. But it's not far from the truth. There for a while before deathmatch wrestling got to where it is today, it had died. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I wasn't getting. I didn't want to work for piece of shit, and he was doing them. CZW wasn't really using me, so for me, there wasn't really any death matches for me to do. So I started doing normal wrestling and was going broke because normal wrestling doesn't pay what deathmatch wrestling does. So if I did say that in seriousness, that's what I was talking about. But I'm pretty sure what you're talking about, I was in character doing some dumb shit. I don't know. I say so much dumb shit, I forget the dumb shit that I say.
Why isn't this one coming up? Oh, here we go. Stellar Steven, favorite deathmatch wrestler of all time?
Well, Masanaga, of course. Mr. Danger Masanaga is one of them. I mean, the man was the first one to jump off the balcony at Corrigan Hall, and I've been to Corrigan Hall. That's a scary jump. I mean, you got to go all the way back to Abdullah and Bruiser Brody and Sergeant Slaughter, AWA Sergeant Slaughter, not WWE Sergeant Slaughter. The Sheep Herders, not the Bushwhackers, not this crazy, stupid shit. The Sheep Herders. I mean, there is a lot. There's a lot of deathmatch. People don't really recognize them as deathmatch workers, but let's be honest, that's exactly what they were back then. Abdullah, I don't think he could get tapped on the forehead without bleeding all over everything. Bruiser Brody, holy shit. So at Kiel Auditorium, me and people knew where they would go and get in their cars. And I would shake hands with wrestlers, Bulldog Bob Brown, Andre the Giant would like surround my hand. I was just a little kid, right? But Bruiser Brody, I could not hold my hand out. I was afraid. I fed into it, man. Like I would watch this guy kick people's heads off. So, yeah, I mean, there are deathmatch workers of the day. Deathmatch workers now. Oh, I almost left one out. Terry Funk. I cannot leave out Terry Funk. I wrestled Terry Funk in 2005 for the JCW title. Nothing but respect for that man. Put me over like a champ. Terry Funk is another one. The original Sheik, another one. All right. So that's that era. And then today, I'm telling you, man, Slack is what a deathmatch worker should be. He's muscle bound. He's tattooed everywhere. I mean, I don't know.
He's a scary looking guy. Yeah.
Yes. And brave, fucking brave. Will do just about whatever is asked of him. Out of wrestling, one of the nicest guys to hang out with you could ever think of. In my era, and like I said, I just went to Japan with the guy. Necro would do shit that I wouldn't even think about. We had a leeches match one time. Necro ate one of the leeches, and all I could think about is what's that going to grow into your stomach?
Yeah, that's a horror movie in its own.
Yeah, he's taking suplexes over the top rope to the concrete from the Briscoe brothers. I ain't doing that shit. Necro is and probably still is one of the bravest deathmatch workers.
Even you worked all those years barefoot doing the glass. And
I get that, but I can't sit here and talk about myself. I'll let you do it.
Colleen, wow, that shirt is absolute must-have. That's very good.
Is that? Oh, you're talking about the Japanese
shirt that we showed earlier.
Hell yeah,
I'm probably a little far behind.
Hey, Colleen, if you get it, Kevin Kennedy, Canady. If you get it, send me a picture and I'll put it on my Facebook.
Very cool. She's very cool. She's here in Boston area. This is actually Jason Mint, but it's come up Facebook user. I got a Mad Man Pondo shirt from Spinelli's in Louisville.
Yeah, good old Brian down there at Spinelli's. He was doing T-shirts with Biggie Smalls and other celebrities, and finally he's like, "Hey, would you want to do a T-shirt?" I was working at a different pizza joint at the place. I was working at Pizza King, and they started seeing those T-shirts and like, "Hey, are you getting another job?" I'm like, "No," but anyway, yeah. I still have a couple of those around here somewhere.
Lexar, he's sending a lot of stuff here. Pondo, have you wrestled Thumbtack Jack and Drew Parker, Big Fucking and Joe and Lou Nixon?
All right, keep that list up there.
All right.
Thumbtack Jack, yes, several times. IWA East Coast was the first one to fly that guy in from Germany for the Masters of Pain. Drew Parker, no. Big Fucking Joe, no. And Lou Dixon, no. I would, though. I would wrestle all three of those guys. Look at Mighty Lexar. I'll do it.
Yeah, Lexar, get on it. I think he's in New Jersey. So he also wants to know, I think you may, from earlier in the interview, you might have answered this. The most shady promoter you've ever worked with?
I flushed him. Right before I got on the show, I flushed him, guys.
Yeah. This was about your message earlier about mental health. Mike B, who works for PWI, says that was really admirable, really, really nice, and an important message.
I get that it's nice, but I'm not. Yes, I'm doing it to be nice, but
yeah,
that's not.
It's not for a pat on the back for yourself.
That's it. That's it.
Stellar Steven, thoughts on Onita?
So I got to wrestle Mr. Danger. I got to wrestle Mr. Pogo. he is my third dream. But I thought that dream was dead, but now there's a thing called FMWE that he runs. But I think it's still out of reach because I am at Big Japan and he is there. So, but never say never. I don't know. I'm pretty crafty. I might be able to figure out a way to do it. You never know.
Lex, on a personal note, I've seen dozens of wrestlers live. Have yet to see Pondo live. Hopefully, I could see Pondo wrestle for XPW, ICW, GCW, CCW, etc.
Hey,
I've-
if you do, I'm a really nice guy. Like, yeah, when I'm in the ring, when I'm in the ring, I get it. Everybody's like, holy shit, that guy is fucking insane. But outside the ring, come up, say hello, man. I mean, I'm not, yeah, I might be selling books and pictures, but I'm not all about that. If you don't want to buy nothing, don't. But let's take a picture together. I don't care.
Yeah.
I've got one on Lexar. I've seen Pondo live. So
There you go. Where'd you see me at?
it was actually at Huntington, West Virginia.
Oh, wow.
One of Freddie's shows.
I got you.
Yeah.
Did you have a question, Incher? Another one from Facebook?
Yeah, I got one from Tony here. He was like, were you ever in a situation in which a match where you thought, yeah, this is how I die?
So, God love him. Matthew Justice is a very fast worker. Loves doing things fast, but he's also a very strong worker. And I am slow and fat. But we were wrestling each other, and he laid me on a table, and he went up two flights of stairs and jumped down, and knee first straight down into two of my ribs, breaking 3 and 4, sending 4, not just poking a hole, but ripping a hole in my lung, causing it to collapse. And laying there, I could tell there was something wrong. But I said, Matt, something's wrong. Matt said, nah, man, we got more shit to do. Come on. And my friend Christina Harvey came over, and she got my face. And she's like, get up, Pondo. You got more stuff to do. And she Rocky Balboa'd, Mickey'd me all the way to the ring. And I went another 7 minutes with a collapsed lung, which officially puts me in the Bad Motherfuckers Club.
See, Colleen was correct. Yeah.
Yes. But I will say that was one where, I thought maybe some serious shit was going to happen. Let me put it this way. 33 years until that night, 2019 in April, I had never spent a night in the hospital. I'm talking 33 years of my wrestling career, 53 years of my life. I've only spent one night in the hospital. And if you think about all the shit that I've done, that is a pretty big accomplishment, because I put my body through hell. Yes, I went to the hospital and got stitched up or whatever you want to say, but spending the night, only one night in the hospital over this deathmatch career, that's a pretty good accomplishment, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
Bad Motherfuckers Club. I'm the president.
I like this question. Stellar Steve, if Pondo could wrestle as a horror villain, who would it be?
Back in the day, before there was death matches, I was Freddy Krueger. USWA had a Freddy Krueger. Well, I had the whole outfit, so we was pretty much copying off of them. I was Freddy Krueger. For JCW, I have been Michael Myers and Leatherface. And I think that's it. Never a Jason. I'm not built like a Jason. My belly's built more like a Leatherface, I would say. But what's it asking me? Which one would I
wrestle as, I think. But I also kind of like which one would you wrestle, which would be kind of fun, I think.
I think they could all kick my ass. But if I had to wrestle one, I think it'd be Chucky. I think I could take that little motherfucker.
There you go.
That would be a fun match, actually. Yeah, maybe we can
Damn
see
right.
that at the ICP show. Tony Oberstar, who would Pondo's Mount Rushmore of deathmatch wrestlers be?
Terry Funk is on there. Masanaga has to be on there. AWA Sergeant Slaughter has to be on there, and of course Bruiser Brody has to be on there.
Those are good picks. I've said this before in the show, but like I like to watch the old house shows from WWF, and like they're really not exciting matches. But then if you watch one with like Sergeant Slaughter on there, like you could really see how far like he was. I don't think he gets enough credit for his in-ring stuff. Like he's
Not at
kind of
all.
like what modern wrestling became. He was taking a lot of bumps for a big guy and
That's
very
it.
fast paced.
Think about this. During that war, he took on that gimmick. I mean, buildings were getting bomb threats. He could have been shot from a building at any moment, but Sergeant Slaughter said, you know what? I'm going to do this gimmick. And he did it. He did it to the fullest.
This is an interesting question because you mentioned earlier not drinking and everything. Lexar, how does Pondo deal with pain after wrestling death matches?
Stupidity. That's the only thing I can blame it on is stupidity. Like, that's me. That's me.
It is.
So, yeah, man. Dude, I'm 53. I shouldn't have these good of knees. I shouldn't be able to get out of bed as easy as I can. I really can't explain it, except I really have to have something wrong with my brain to just not. I'm very good with pain until I got all my teeth pulled, and then I was the biggest baby you could ever see. Or if my heart gets broke, that's a terrible pain. All them other pains I can pretty well turn off if I want to. So, yeah, man, that's all I can blame it on is total stupidity.
Bob Cook, who throws a great punch, who I've known for years, but has never been on the show, oddly enough. Terry Funk is on every list.
Yes. Should be. He should be.
Yes. That is interesting too. I always think about Funk because every like decade Funk is reinvented himself, which I always think people should kind of look at to keep relevant in wrestling, because sometimes people are around a while and they kind of get stagnant.
Think about how many people can't do a moonsault, and the age when Terry Funk was still doing moonsaults. I mean, come on, people. He needs to be on everybody's list.
I agree. So where can people follow you to see what you're up to? Because you've got some things coming up.
So I have a Twitter, I have an Instagram, but Billy Stark's dad made those for me. I don't know that much about it. Like, I kept writing people on there, and nobody was writing me back, and I was a bunch of assholes. But no, kind of find out you got to put @ in front of their name or some shit like that.
Oh.
I'm a computer moron. I don't know that, but Facebook. I am so good at Facebook. I've done it so much. I know how to use that. And like I said before, Kevin Kennedy, CANADY. If you can't add me, you can at least leave me a message, and I'll do my best to write you back.
Well, it's been very fun to talk with you again. I know we went a little longer than an hour, like I said, but
hey, man, if you got more questions, I ain't got a damn thing to do.
all right. Well, we'll ask here from Lexar. He's got a lot here. Can Pondo tell the pencil board spot from Tournament of Death, and will he ever do that again?
No, never. That was the dumbest idea I ever had. So I'm sitting backstage at CZW's Tournament of Death, and it just looks like a war unit back there. Like, there's bloody towels, there's weapons all over the place. It looks like a scene from Mad Max. And I am very observant. I'm the guy who sits back and watches things. So I want to be remembered at the Tournament of Death. And people are going over their matches and they're saying this shit. Well, this one pencil board, wrestlers keep walking by and going, oh my God, no, we're not messing with that. Oh my God, we're not doing that. The one guy that convinced me, okay, that's what I can do to be remembered in this tournament, is the bravest deathmatch guy I know. Necro and Brain Damage was going over their shit, and they looked at that pencil board, and Necro said, oh, we're not fucking with that. Bing. I was like, oh my God, that's what I can do. 3 things was remembered from that Tournament of Death. Necro winning it, Nick Gage getting caught on fire, and me going through that pencil board. At 4, a guy named Blood took an over-the-top bump into a shopping cart full of light tubes and cut his knee. It looked like somebody put a hacksaw in the side of a pig. It was that fucking thick. But it was such a good idea at the time. When I hit the pencil board, you can watch the clip on YouTube now. Like, the people went nuts. If you remember, Gypsy Joe was the referee of the main event of that Tournament of Death. I'm the one that drove Gypsy Joe there, who cannot drive. And I had an Asian wife at the time who cannot drive. So I'm driving home, and slowly I feel my body deteriorating into a feeling of something that I have no control over or what's going on. The next day, me, my wife, and another buddy of ours, Frank, we was living in Charleston, West Virginia. We had tickets to the the Cleveland Indians or Guardians, Indians, whatever they are, and
Guardians now.
the New York Yankees. So I woke up feeling terrible, but we had these tickets. So I drove to Cleveland. I sat in those comfortable baseball seats. That's sarcasm, in case you can't tell. Then I drove home, and just slowly, for 6 days, my body just ached. I'm talking about I couldn't lift an arm without feeling pain. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I couldn't do nothing. And come to find out, the pencil lead got down into my bloodstream. So I had to get that shit. My wife at the time kept saying, let's go to the doctor. And I kept, we didn't have insurance. We didn't have money. I was like, no, it'll go away. Day 2, now it'll go away. Day 3. About day 4, I was like, you know what? Maybe I should go. Day 5, I was like, hopefully it'll get better. And by day 6, shit started calming down. But that was the worst. Like, I will never. And I have stopped other wrestlers that I found out was going to do that same bump from doing that. It is not. I get it. People want to imitate or copy things that I have done. But that one thing, if you are a wrestler and you are considered doing that, don't do it. It's not about getting poked with the pencils. It's not about the crowd popping. It is about 6 days of fucking agony waiting on that stuff to get out of your bloodstream. It was terrible. I'll never do it again.
Along those same lines, he wants to know, is there a weapon that you won't use? Was there ever a weapon that you turned down?
Yeah, razor wire. Razor wire, okay, so barbed wire is meant to scratch you. Razor wire, if you can look at my forehead, will cut the shit out of you. So, yeah, I think razor wire is the most ridiculous shit ever. Fire is very unpredictable. I think we all just saw Masada's incident over, 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago. I don't know. But fire is very unpredictable. So, yes, I have turned down fire before. And, yes, I have turned down razor wire. And, yes, I will turn down any number 2 pencil. I won't even write with a number 2 pencil anymore.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Makes that Evil Dead scene seem a little
True.
more dangerous.
True.
Yeah.
You can't take tests in school anymore.
No.
No more number
Thank
2.
God I'm out of school.
Anthony Oberstar, who would you say is the face of deathmatch wrestling today?
Slack. It's got to be Slack. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, and he did great. Honestly, just so you look at him, and I think he would draw
Yes.
you in.
Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of people would argue that it's Nick Gage.
Mhm.
And hey, MDK all fucking day. I get it. But if I was a fan, if I was a child and I was going to watch death matches, Nick is very intimidating. But to me, Slack and braveness and thinking about things and his look is the fucking deathmatch total package to me.
You mentioned Bruiser Brody earlier. It's kind of that same idea where you kind of look at him and think, "There's, I don't, maybe these other guys are cool, but I don't know. There's something about this guy. I don't think I want to.
Yes,
I want
exactly.
to go to." This is interesting. Steven says Schlack wrestled Haku.
Oh, I didn't know that. Who went over in that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Steven, you'll have to fill us in on that one.
Let's see. Best wrestlers Pondo's been in the ring with: Masada, Nick Gage, Matt Tremont, Scott Vortex, Drake Younger, John Dahmer, or Supreme.
It's hard for me to pinpoint that down because I'm not a good wrestler. Like I can cut a promo and convince people that I can beat their ass, but I can't beat nobody's ass. So for me to say out of any of those guys which one's the best, they're all the best. All of them that I've been in the ring with, all of them that's ever made me look good to the fans, all of them that's had respect that I am the age what I am and they take care of me. All of them. All of them are not even just that list. All deathmatch workers to me are a number one.
No one won. Haku and Schlack was a no contest, 10 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well, that's a good finish. At least they're, I would have done the same thing. I would have both left them strong.
I missed who it was, but earlier someone did ask about Supreme. What were your thoughts on Supreme?
Me and Supreme were pretty good friends. We hung out in Japan. Me and his daughter are real good friends.
And he was a big horror fan. I met him at a horror convention too.
And on the bus, we talked nothing but horror. A lot of horror, me and him. I didn't have any problem with Supreme.
Yeah, I always liked him. Yeah, it was at I met him at Days of the Dead LA. It's very cool.
I wrestled him for the Backyard Wrestling 2. There Goes the Neighborhood video game. I wrestled Supreme, and then New Jack put me through a table off of a bus.
Mm-hmm. So you've got coming up Atomic Legacy Wrestling.
What's that?
You have a show coming up for Atomic Legacy Wrestling.
Yes, Violent J is coming with me. He's going to manage me. It's here in 2 weeks. It's the 27th, May 27th.
Yeah, and I think it's on iPay-per-view.
It should be, yeah.
By the way, are any of the Japanese, were any of the big Japan matches taped for release anywhere?
Yes, somebody keeps sending me sporadically the Samurai TV clips or the matches. I have some, but not all of them. Some of them were filmed in country towns where there wasn't really that much crowd response or anything, but Corrigan Hall was, and the 2 Sapporo matches was for sure.
Do the Japanese, because mostly like the traditional Japanese audiences are really quiet for wrestling matches, and then they'll applaud for stuff. Are they different for the death matches?
So, yes, and the reason being, Japanese people, they pay attention to what we do over here. So, yes, they used to be very quiet, but now WWE plays in Japan. AEW plays in Japan. Streaming services are all over Japan. YouTube is all over Japan. So Japanese people imitate what we do. And Corrigan Hall was always the ECW arena of Japan because they were always into it. They would chant names. But then you get to these country towns and they wouldn't say a word. You know, they'd wait till your match would start. They would wait till your match finished. But like I said, it was so much different this time. Even the country towns responded like wrestling fans of America.
All right. Yes, there's a couple things I missed it. Sorry. Lexar, does Pondo know what happened to Rude Boy?
What happened to him?
Yeah.
I don't think
with
anything.
Rude Boy?
As in what?
Yeah, explain the question.
Oh, you mean why he's not wrestling anymore?
I guess so, maybe.
He had double or triple heart, some kind of surgery on his heart. Trust me, he regrets that every day. He wishes he was in the ring every day.
All right. So, well, I missed some questions, but we'll get to them another time. This has been really fun to catch up with you. And I think we should do it again instead of, I think it's been like 10 years since the last. We'll try to do a little.
Man, I'm so full of shit. We can do it tomorrow.
All right. Well, join us tomorrow. But yeah, we should do it more often. It's very fun.
Again, if you want to read my book, Amazon.com, or if you want an autographed copy, you can write eatsleepwrestle.com and talk to John Cosper about an autographed copy. And if you want my Japanese, I'm pretty sure Jack will put that up there. If you want my Japanese tour t-shirt, which is one of my favorites, you can go to deathmatchworldwide.com. There's plenty of Pondo t-shirts on there. Or if there's any Deathmatch star, there's a lot of Deathmatch t-shirts on there. That's what it's all about. Deathmatch Worldwide is all about the Deathmatch workers, and Corey Higdon put that together to help us out.
Very cool. That's been a good thing the last like 4 or 5 years. Is there's a lot more merchandise out there for independent wrestlers. It used to be like when I was a kid, you really had to go to the arena or get like through a magazine.
Right.
And then later on, it's, WWE or WCW. But now, like, you can get shirts for
it's
either legends that are no longer around. And,
that's it. That social media was not that. That social media was tape trading and wrestling magazines back in the day. So much easier now. So much easier.
Yeah. And it's cool. I like wearing some wacky shirts. So I would definitely wear the Pondo shirt around town.
Oh, yeah. So would Colleen. So would Colleen.
Yes. Yeah, I might be. I'm not. I might meet Colleen. We were gonna meet last Sunday at a farmer's market in Boston. So maybe we'll both wear Pondo shirts.
Hell yeah!
Thank you. Much love from Lexar here.
See you at the Gathering of the Juggalos.
Yeah, very cool. Have a good time.
At the Gathering of the Juggalos for the second year, I am running the JCW tryouts. And the winners will get to be in the first match of Bloody Mania at the Gathering of the Juggalos. So be the first 50 to grab a entry fee, and let's have a good time.
Yeah. All right. Very cool. Well, you have a good time.
All right, man. Hey, thank you, Jack. Thank you. 1 inch biceps.
There you go.
Very powerful, man. All right. We'll see you soon. Take care. All right, we're gonna take video calls from the wrestling fans. You can take off if you like, Mr. Pondo, Mr. Madman.
Are they gonna want to talk to me? I mean, what kind of fans are they?
Well, yeah, if you want to stay on.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing to do.
All right, let me post the link here. Let me just grab that. I should have like a music to play or something in between this break, but we're not that professional.
Yeah. If we only had something.
Yeah, exactly. So, by the way, I'm wearing my Terrifier shirt because I knew Pondo's a big fan.
Hell yeah.
I'm a big fan too. So. I don't think Intra's seen Terrifier. No, he's not necessarily big in a lot of the new horror movies, but I think he would like Terrifier.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would love it.
I'm kind of more of a slasher fan, I guess. More of a Friday
Well,
13th
Art the
or
Clown is a
Halloween.
slasher.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How I would explain it's like an 80s slasher movie if they didn't have to worry about like being cut up or anything. You know,
Hey.
get it? Yeah.
I'll even give you a little insight. If you hang around after the credits and you get to special thanks to, if you look to the right and you keep following the alphabetical order, you will see special thanks to Kevin Kennedy, Canady, because I gave to their Indigo.
Oh,
Really?
awesome.
Very cool.
What's up, Toronto Stevie?
Mm-hmm. He's got the IY.
Oh, he's got
shirt.
the In Your Head shirt. That's
Yeah.
very good. We like to see that.
I had my name like they misspelled my name for like one of these games that I
really?
did a Kickstarter for, and it was so disappointing because I waited like 2 years to get it, and then it came out, and then I was watching the credits, and it's like it wasn't the right name. I was like, that's so disappointing.
What did they put up?
It was like something like it was like a mixture of the person's name before me and my name. So it was like Terry Howard or something like that. So oh, Mighty Lexar's got a jar full of barbed wire, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah.
The camera.
Looks like tetanus.
No, I got this from a show where Tremont was
What's up,
wrestling
Bruce
Onita
Gross?
and Trenton, and they had this souvenir on sale for $25, and I was like, oh, why not? So I bought this.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's very cool. How about
What's up?
yourself, Pondo? Do you have any did you
it's
bring anything
huge.
back from Japan? Like any kind of memorabilia? Anything?
I did. My room's such a mess, but yeah, I brought
Yeah.
I brought the Japanese magazine that I'm in.
Oh, I was gonna ask you about
Necro
that.
made 2 pages, and you know that I spent money on that Godzilla museum.
Hell yeah.
Have you played the pinball machine? The
I
Godzilla
want to,
pinball?
man. I can't
Yeah.
find it. I hear
Yeah.
there's like a little Mecha Godzilla in there.
It's pretty
People
sweet
should
because it
tell me
grabs the
about
ball. Yeah.
Do you have it, Intra? Intra has
I
some
don't
pinball machine.
have the Godzilla one. I have the Halloween pinball machine that was just released.
Oh wow! How much did
Yeah.
that cost?
It was like $7,000, I think.
Hell
So,
yeah!
Yeah. It was pretty sweet. That's the first one I ever got that was like in the box, and I unboxed it and everything. So it's an awesome game. I know some people are giving it some flack, but I think if you play it long enough and learn all the rules, it's really good.
It's got to be better than Halloween Atari.
Oh yeah, that game was
I remember that.
kind of rough.
Yeah, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, it was
Rough.
pretty much along the same.
Friday
Just
the
like a little
13th,
yellow guy.
rough.
Dude. Yeah.
But I like the Friday 13th NES game.
Me
But,
too. I beat it. I beat
yeah,
it back in the
yeah.
day.
I played that when I was a kid. It was so like cryptic. You had to know exactly what to do.
Yeah, I had to read a book, but I beat it.
They got a new Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, it
game
looks pretty
coming
sweet.
out,
I
though.
can't wait. I can't
Mhm.
wait. Here's the thing about that Friday the 13th game. I was late in the game of buying it and playing it that everybody was so much better than me.
Yeah.
I couldn't get good at the game because everybody was kicking
That's
my
how I
ass.
was when
Texas
Then I felt
Chainsaw
stupid 'cause
Massacre. I'm gonna be on that shit day one.
Day one.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm gonna kill some motherfuckers.
You could be totally humiliated whenever you're Jason in a match. I mean, you could have like the car just running around you, and you're like, you can't do nothing. And you're just like,
Right.
this is so embarrassing. I'm not killing nobody, and I'm chasing.
Yeah, I got into it real late too, and I had the machete, and everyone was making because it's really hard to kill Jason, and you have to get the machete and the sweater, and I couldn't
Yeah.
figure out how to cut his head off or whatever, and everyone's like getting all pissed at me.
Oh, it's just one button too.
But I was like, I don't know, I've never played this before. And you can't just play it by yourself to like kind of learn how to do it. You have to play with like people.
You come back as Tommy Jarvis, and then if Jason's down on his knees, you got to go up in front of him because he's demasked and everything, and you deliver the final blow as Tommy Jarvis. And it was just one button, but oh well.
I didn't know about this. AJ Rita says, I can't wait for the Puppet Master video game. I do know there's a Killer Clowns one coming out, but I didn't know about this one.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
I'm not a Killer Clown or a Puppet Master fan at all.
But the video game would probably be fun. I'll say the Thing board game's a great. If I'm more of a board game guy, the Thing.
You know what? I liked
really
the Thing Xbox game back in the day. A lot of people didn't really like it.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Stellar Steve.
Yeah, look at that. You got some rocking hair there. What's that? A siracha shirt?
Yeah, big
There's a cock on your chest.
It's not the first time. Then it won't be the last time.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It's because I had my mic muted. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. How's it going, Steven?
Good. I know Lexar asked earlier, what's the differences between deathmatch tournaments and different groups?
I'm sorry, difference between deathmatch tournaments and what?
Amongst other promotions.
Deathmatch tournaments are different promotions. What's the differences?
Yeah. Nothing really. Just different people. Some of them use their locals. Some of them go all out and Masters of Pain. We used to have a pretty good formula. We would bring in one Japanese wrestler and 7 of the best deathmatch workers. But then after 4 or 5 years, people started figuring that formula out, and they started bringing Thumbtack Jack and Japanese wrestlers. But we had a good thing going there for a while. But really, there's no difference.
And then, one last question. Favorite Japanese horror film, like Ringu or Audition?
Do I have one?
Yeah.
I would say of course, I'm a big Godzilla fan. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Mm-hmm.
If any of you have any Godzilla presents, I'm your guy. But my favorite Japanese movie, have you seen a movie called Battle Royale?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was the Hunger Games before the Hunger Games with the Hunger Games. That movie is one of my favorites. Another one is Itchy the Killer. Have you seen Itchy the Killer?
I'm gonna watch that one.
Yeah, they're neither one horror movies, but
Battle Royale's good.
Yeah, it's Japanese horror is an acquired taste. You got to agree with me on that, right? You know what? Yeah. I will say Audition.
Yeah, that freaked me out. Yeah.
All right, let me tell you the story about Audition and how smart this was. The director put out a trailer that showed Audition as being a love story. So all the lovers went and watched this movie and made it #1 its first week. But then that final 20 minutes, the lovers started telling all the horror people, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it. And so Audition was the #1 movie in Japan, its first week and its third week coming out because the lovers went and then the horror lovers went. Hell yeah, Rat Bastard was that?
I think it was Bat Rastard, but yeah.
Hell yeah, Bat Rastard. Itchy the Killer is awesome.
He also had a question. Love Pondo. Saw him wrestle a brutal match against Manslaughter for BBW in Kentucky. He's also a genuinely good guy. He signed my photo. He's a legend.
Well, thank you, Bat Rastard. I'll tell my mom I know you.
There you go.
Hey, Mom, I know Bat Rastard.
Pepe Petite, that movie was awesomely twisted.
You're talking about which one?
I believe Audition. Reincarnation is a good Asian horror flick.
It's okay. I don't know. The thing about Japanese horror movies, it seems like they're all art films, and I am not big on art films. This fucking skidamarink bullshit that came out.
That was honestly the worst experience I ever had out of a theater watching.
I saw the second one. It's called Ennie's Men.
I had the exact. Annabelle and I went to see that and we said the exact same thing. It was in competition for the worst film we watched in a theater.
Skidamarink is number 1 for the worst piece of shit I ever saw.
Worse. Yeah.
Ennie's Men is number 2 for the worst piece of shit ever.
I kept watching it, and she dropped the rock down the well.
I mean, what the fuck
I assumed
was
something
that?
would happen at some point.
What director writes, I want 5 Pillsbury maidens dancing behind this woman while she's laying down on the ground staring at flowers? How did somebody write stupid shit? It was just fucking
What's a
terrible.
Pillsbury maiden? Just like a fat chick?
No. Okay, you know the oatmeal Quaker guy?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the female version.
Oh.
Dude, I would tell you to go watch
hot.
this movie, but I don't want you to.
Yeah, we saw.
I don't
it,
want you to
at
watch this movie. I
Underground
don't want you to
Film
watch.
Festival, and we looked around near the end of the movie, and we thought about 30% of the audience was actually sleeping. Like, that's not even joking. Everyone was just nodded off. It was so boring.
Oh.
That would
To
be
tie
good.
into your ICP things, that's why I said fat bitches. Like, because they talk about fat chicks all the time. Yeah.
They do.
Anyway.
Let me, spoiler alert, they don't mess with
Plus
fat
size.
bitches, though.
Yeah, I'm
The thing
sure.
about them,
Oh, I'm sure. They want to
don't
be a
drink
common
Fago
man.
either.
I took a few bullets, like, and yeah, I don't know. It's okay, but whatever.
yeah, they don't drink
Thanks,
Fago
ICP.
either.
Oh,
Oh no.
damn it.
But that breaks my heart because I would figure they'd be all about the Fago.
You would think.
Yeah. I like the.
I guess when you pour it on your head enough, you don't want to drink it.
You probably get kind of sick of it, yeah. I like the Ahona Punch that Fago has. I think that's one of my favorites that they put out.
Dude, have you ever had cotton candy Fago?
I seen that. Yeah.
I don't know how they do it, but it
think
tastes
so, yeah.
just like cotton candy.
The blue one.
But
yeah.
it don't get wet in your mouth. It's already wet. It's already wet.
There you go.
Bruce, you dyed your hair blonde.
Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I went very light.
Mhm.
I've been over a week. I've dyed my hair like 3 times and I toned it. So I'm trying to get women. Yes.
I hear you. Me too. I guess that's what I need. A big old blonde head of
Big
hair.
blonde mane. Yeah.
That's the shooter
I don't know.
hair color.
I'll just have to go get a wig at this point, I think.
Mhm.
What would you say, Steve? I'm sorry.
He's dyeing his hair blonde because he's a shooter, like Gordon Ryan. It's a joke.
No.
It's
like-
like Chris Jericho, like kind of blondish. If
Yeah,
I put it up
yeah,
in a
he's getting
pebbles, like
Jericho.
kind of thing, like it would look like that.
Yeah, it's like a bleach blonde, like a nature boy kind of deal,
Yeah.
I think.
What's your
Alexa,
favorite? Oh,
go
I'm
on,
sorry.
Anthony.
What's
go
your
on.
favorite Italian horror film?
Man, that's a rough.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's so many. Probably the Gates of Hell or what's the other? It's got 2 names: Gates of Hell and
City of the Living Dead or
City
something
of the
like that.
Living Dead. Yeah,
Yeah,
I would say it was probably that one.
yeah. I like House by the Cemetery.
Good. It's
Yeah,
good.
I dig that one. That one's a pretty good one.
I tell you the truth, I'm in love with Aja Argento, though. I mean,
Mhm.
all them
Yeah.
allegations, I can forget all of those. Every bit of them. Every bit of them.
Yeah, well, I'll be
You-
having
you are-
Fabio Frizzi on Without Your Head soon.
You are forgiven in my heart, Asia Argento. Just come to me. That's all I care about.
But yeah, that was a cheap plug. Fabio Frizzi will be on Without Your Head soon. He just put out his autobiography. Who did
No way.
Yeah, so I'm very excited about that. He's a really cool guy. He we saw him live. He came over. He lives in Italy, and he did a live show in Boston. So they showed Zombie 2, and he did live orchestra while they showed the movie. It was really cool.
He speaks good English?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Huh.
He's got he got a heavy accent, but yeah, he speaks. He's good.
Mhm.
And it's funny. He was he's playing a concert and all this horrible stuff's going on behind him, and he's just got this big smile on his face, which I thought was pretty cool. But yeah, no, he's really. I had him on one other time too. He's a nice guy.
Mhm. Demons is another one of my Italian horror movie favorites. I think that's probably my top one. Yeah.
Yeah, Demons is good.
Yeah, Demons.
Yeah, I forgot about Demons.
Yeah.
Demons 2 would be good if the opening wasn't some chick coming out of a TV.
Yeah, that was.
And I didn't understand why they used the pimp as a different character in part 2. I didn't understand that part. But other than that, yeah, Demons 2 is cool.
Lexar, do you have a question?
Yeah, you used a move that you did in Tournament Death against Matt Tremont. You used a bowling ball to smash Tremont's face while he was in a stop sign.
Yeah.
And I hear Tremont lost consciousness, was unconscious for about a few minutes. Were you concerned at that point?
Let me tell you, he got me back tenfold. I don't know if you saw the New Year's Eve show, but he threw a cinder block at my head. So, yeah, he had a stop sign in front of his. I had light tubes blocking this cinder block from hitting my head. Wonder which one was more protected. But he's he was fine. Trust me. I was fine. Well, here's the thing. I wasn't fine. That was my idea, but that was one of the dumbest ideas I've had. It put me down for a few seconds, but I got up. I remembered I had other shit to do. But did anybody see that match from GCW where Tremont hit me in the head with the cinder block?
I didn't, but I'm sure Lexar did.
Holy shit. Yeah, never again. Never again.
So no more number 2 pencils or cinder blocks.
Or
this is the mask from my movie, End Zone 2.
Oh, wow.
Playing festivals. That's who made it, Joe Castro. Very cool
That's
guy.
awesome.
Thank you.
I met Joe Castro a long time ago. Is this being recorded?
Yes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you that story later.
All right.
It's not bad. I don't. Yeah, I'll tell you later.
All right. I'm friends with Joe Castro.
Me too. Me too.
Right.
Don't get me wrong.
Okay, good.
I am, but yeah. I don't think it's too bad. But after the Backyard Wrestling release party, Joe let me stay at his house. And I'm offering Joe some of the Backyard Babe DVDs. I'm like, look, they gave me a bunch of these. You know, I'm trying to give him. He's like, no, I'm not interested. And then they gave me a bedroom to myself, and him and some dude was going in another one. I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to take your room from you. And they was like, no, go ahead. Later did I find out I'm the idiot.
Yeah. I just had him on Without Your. He was on last week, and he talked about being openly gay and being
okay. So I can say it. Yeah. I didn't know he was. I didn't know he was gay, and here I am, a fucking idiot, going, check out these Backyard Babe DVDs they gave me. You want some? And
that's classy, though. Those are the classiest porn things you can watch.
And him and his dude,
brother.
Him and his dude was going in the bedroom together. I'm like, yo, I'll sleep on the couch. You you can have your room. And he's like, oh, no, go ahead. I had no fucking clue.
Yeah.
No clue.
Yeah, they pour Bush Light on their titties. Come on.
But yeah, he was. So when we had our U.S. premiere in L.A., he came out to the movie with his husband. He wasn't married at that time, but so yeah, he's cool about it.
Yeah, shout out to Joe Cass.
Yeah, Joe Castro's man. To Mad Man Pondo from Bat Rastard, who was your favorite wrestler to work with during your career?
Man, it's got to be Terry Funk. I know I keep saying that name, but when somebody always asks me that question, the first thing that pops in my mind was that match that I had with Terry Funk.
He's one of my favorite wrestlers. But
right,
we had him on our first year of the show, 2005. That was really cool for me to have him on the show. And one of our callers called in, and because he told me afterwards he thought like I just made up that Terry Funk was on, because like he's like, we didn't think like we were big enough to get Terry Funk on the show because this was our first year. And so he calls in and he's like, is that true that you fucked Missy Hyatt on the Thanksgiving table? And I was like, oh God, Terry Funk's gonna hang up on us. And Terry just goes, no, it was the Christmas table.
That's
and I was like, man. Oh, Terry's things were cool. So, yeah.
I just did a show in Texas. It's called Triad Death Tournament in Texas, and I tried to call Terry to see if I could come by, but his messages was full. Otherwise, I would have went and saw Terry while I was in the state.
Yeah, he's just a great guy.
Lex, I got some
questions.
Oh, okay.
What did you say?
He's got dozens of questions.
Dozens.
Dozens.
Pondo, were you ever a big party person? And after a deathmatch, after a show, do you go out with the boys and hang out in the club or party?
I'm not a stick in the mud. Like, I'll go hang out with the guys, but I don't partake in the same things that they do. I mean, if they've got, I went to a party and they were all excited. There was like mirrors full of Coke and there was weed everywhere. But on the other side of the room, somebody had got one of them great big old Subway submarine sandwiches that you can't reach from end to end. I was all about that motherfucker, you know. But there was a time when I fractured my skull and I didn't want to get hooked on pain pills. And my buddy Too Tough Tony, he said, hey, smoke this joint. And I'm afraid of drugs. I'm afraid of anything. And I told him no. And then he's like, look, you won't get hooked. It'll just help you. Smoke this joint. So I did. I smoked the joint, and it did. It helped me. And I smoked weed for about a month and a half until my injury was kind of gone. And then I just gave it up. Never was a big partier. Always want to be master of my own destiny. So, yeah, I mean.
Master of reality.
I'm sorry?
Master of reality. Sorry, that's a joke.
Yeah, close enough. Close enough.
Along those lines.
I'm not a big partier at all.
Were you ever pressured at all to do that in wrestling? Because I know
every day.
Recently.
So one time ICP's show, wrestling show didn't start till like 4 a.m. and I'm sitting there dozing off, and Balls comes over and not only sits next to me, but like pushes half my chair and goes, Pondo, whatever you're on, you know, you can share with everybody, right? I said, Balls, I don't have anything. He goes, I'm sitting here watching you doze off. And I said, yeah, but I'm tired. I don't have it. He goes, that's fucked up, man. If you got stuff, you get. I'm like, Balls, I don't have anything. So I'm about to get in a fight with Balls Mahoney because I don't do drugs.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I never was. Now, my partner, Necro Butcher, totally different. So people will hand us alcohol, and I would always say, no, thank you, I don't need it. And Necro said, stop doing that. So, yeah, whenever they hand me alcohol, I just hand it straight over to them.
Well, that works out then, yeah.
Nice.
That's what friends are for.
Damn right.
Let's see here. Bat Rastard, what was the hardest bump or most memorable bump?
The hardest bump, that would have to be that Matthew Justice breaking 2 ribs, making my lung collapse. But that's the hardest bump. What was the second question?
Most memorable.
Most memorable. This is gonna sound really weird, but I was the first one to take a bump through the fluorescent log cabin. That shit was my idea to build it. And I know hundreds behind me has made light tube log cabins, but that is flattering to me that people would want to do that because that was something out of my brain. So I would say, yeah, it was the first time I went through a light tube log cabin.
Are there anything that's like risk to reward? So maybe like it either looks really cool and really doesn't hurt so much, or like it really actually hurts but doesn't look very cool.
Yes, carpet strips. Carpet strips hurt and they look stupid and they don't make noise. Okay, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 guys in here. Name me one cool bump that you can remember through carpet strips. Exactly. Why do I keep putting those fucking things in there?
They look harmless enough, though. It's
I'm
just
sorry?
like they look harmless enough, though.
Yeah,
They're
so
like
what's the
thin
point if they
wood,
look harmless?
Yeah,
They look
exactly.
thin.
You
They
don't
look
want
thin.
them to look harmful and not be too harmful.
Yeah.
But there's needles sticking out in those thin boards.
Well, they're little nails. Little nails.
Yeah, long nails, yeah. Yeah, I worked with the person that used carpet strips for homes, and he
Yeah, that's a little different.
Yeah. I mean, hindsight, yes, great idea. But action-packed bump, not at all. Dumb as shit.
Pondo, what are your thoughts on? Have you ever wrestled with Lufisto and Mickey Knuckles? And what are your thoughts with female wrestling against males, or do you think females should just wrestle females? Intergender, yeah.
I run a company called Girl Fight, and every year we do a show called Gender Wars. So I got no problems with guys wrestling girls. I've wrestled just last year. I wrestled Mickey, Sawyer Wreck. I'm sure there's other chicks that I wrestled, but yeah, man. Listen, it's all entertainment. We're all here for a good time, and if that means a guy versus a girl, I'm all for it. If that means, I don't know, comedy wrestling, if that's what you like, I'm all for it. If there is technical matches that you like, I'm all for it. The thing about deathmatch workers we don't complain about the other genres of wrestling. We understand that there is a market for all wrestling, but for some reason, deathmatch workers get the blunt of, oh, you can't wrestle and all that. Well, I get it. I get why they say that, because there are deathmatch workers who do nothing but swing things and hit somebody with a tube, you get a pop. Hit somebody with the second tube, you get a smaller pop. 2, 3, 100, nobody gives a shit about it anymore. But if you tell a story, a deathmatch story, it can be one of the coolest things ever. Just not every deathmatch worker does that. I try to do that every show. I see a question. Thoughts on Ryuji Ito? Is he fearless? I'll tell you, Ito has done some fearless fucking things that I wouldn't do, like win for Masters of Pain, another first, when we put together the barbed wire trampoline,
Yeah.
Ito was who I had in mind because I knew Ito, 1, would say yes, 2, would do something really cool, 3, not bitch about it afterwards. So I got no problems with Ito.
Yeah, I saw him on those video games, and it was just amazing. Some of those clips that they had, like from your match with him, probably the dives and the barbed wire trampoline, it's insane.
Yeah.
How was the barbed wire? Was the trampoline actual barbed wire
Yes.
with springs on it?
Yeah,
Yes.
like a spider web.
I grew up with a huge trampoline in my backyard, so
Well,
it's dangerous
imagine
enough. Like,
imagine the canvas being taken off and barbed wire being that canvas.
Mm.
The highest that I've ever seen anybody bounce off that was Connor Claxton, and it was that tournament of death. Connor and maybe Alex Colon, I can't remember, but they came off the truck and they bounced real high. Anyway,
Oh, it's a barbed wire trampoline, right?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who was it, Lexar? It was Connor Claxton and
Somebody else. I can't remember.
oh, there you go. That's exactly right. Somebody else.
It was long ago.
Mike wants to know. I get this in an email. What's it like working with Kobayashi?
Kobayashi is awesome. There's no way to be in a bad mood around that guy, man. Like he is a cartoon character 24/7. Me and Necro went and visited him at his bar, and he was very appreciative. Necro gave him a Trump hat. He wore it the whole fucking time. I gave him one of my T-shirts. He wore it a lot. He's very appreciative of everything. And I think he's coming back over here, right?
Yeah, he's going to wrestle for ICW in Chicago.
Yeah, so if you get a chance, go say hello to Abdullah Kobayashi. He's an awesome guy.
I did recently. Abdullah wrestled in New Jersey, I think last month, and I saw him wrestle, and I greeted him after the show. Nice dude.
Did you get a picture or a T-shirt?
Yeah, I got a picture. It's somewhere, and
all I'm saying is
it's one of
that
those
helps
signed,
them guys when they come over
it's
here.
one of those
man.
signed 8x10s.
One of those whiteboards.
Yeah. It's signed 8x10
I can't
Galasso
even.
photos of him.
I wish I had $1 for every one of those whiteboards I've signed over the years.
Pondo, what are your thoughts on political stance in deathmatch wrestling or wrestling in general? We see Necro Butcher become a mega supporter. I enjoyed that though. Drake Younger being a Republican and saying his political stance. What are your thoughts on it?
We did talk about that
thoughts
earlier.
on it, man.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Dude, I just want to wrestle. I don't care about anybody's views. I don't want to wrestle some huge pedophile, but I'm not gonna say no to wrestling somebody who has a different view than I do. I don't care about their view. I care about let's have a good match. Let's get the fans going. So yeah, I do have to tell Necro to shut the fuck up every once in a while because he is very political and will like I was saying on the show. I don't know if you watched, but he would ask me to wear a Trump hat or he would try to put the Trump flag in front of me, and I would say no because I like getting booked places, and he's having trouble doing that. I did 2-day catch wrestling camp this past weekend again. Told the coach to Fujiwara. Ooh, but that was a mistake.
Yeah. Humble brag. It was worth the photos, but yeah, go ahead, Neil.
No, I'm sorry. AJ, have you ever been in the ring with someone you didn't like?
There is occasions, but they wouldn't know it. Going back to the same answer that I just gave you, I just like to wrestle. I like getting in the ring and doing my thing. So yes, there are people that I don't care for, but they won't know it because, I just like to wrestle. I'm sure there is people who do not care for me.
Do you have any life advice for aspiring wrestlers or for people?
Yeah, and I'll tell it to you in a joke. What does a professional wrestler and a large supreme pizza not have in common?
Not have in common.
I don't know.
A large supreme pizza can feed a family of 4.
Oh.
Keep that in your
Ouch.
brain when you start wrestling. Don't think to yourself, I'm going to quit my job and become an instant star, because I'm telling you right now, it's not going to fucking happen. Keep your job. Do as much wrestling as you can while you got that job. Don't quit school. Don't quit college. Don't do nothing stupid. Just wrestle and make your name as you go. That'd be my best advice I could give you. Is it easier or harder to get deathmatch bookings in Japan versus non-hardcore Japan wrestling? I wouldn't know, because I've never tried to not go over to Japan and do death matches, so I wouldn't know the answer to that one. But this time at Big Japan, there was a lot of wrestlers that was not death match workers. The opening matches and even a couple of the main events. Daisuke Sakimoto is not a deathmatch worker. Kobayashi is not a deathmatch worker. Not Kobayashi. Kobayashi. It's all knowing how to get over there. And once you get over there, then do what you're best at, but always leave a mark where they want to bring you back. And that's what I've followed from 2000 to 2023.
I mentioned earlier about XPW's comeback. Did you ever do anything with the original XPW?
I did not. Rob Black was not a Mad Man Pondo fan.
Oh, really?
Basically, he was not a piece of shit fan, and I was known as the piece of shit's boy.
I see. Yeah.
So yeah, ECW
guilty by association.
Guilty by association. ECW didn't want to have nothing to do with me. XPW didn't want to have nothing to do with me. So that is why I broke off and went my own way.
Have you had any interaction with Rob Black since then?
I never had it before.
Yeah,
I
just thought, now, since he's come back, I've actually seen your name pop up on the XPW page. People are recommending you.
Well, they do that, but people will. I don't listen to podcasts.
Other fans is what I'm saying.
I don't listen to podcasts, but Rob Black will say something about me on his podcast, and right away, people will be like, "Hey, did you hear what Rob Black said?" And they'll send me the clip. I don't care. I just want to wrestle. I just want to do my thing.
Yeah, I'll say Rob Black's agreed to come on the show, but never shows up. But Mad Man Pondo does. So, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Have you seen?
We have had piece of shit on the show before.
Yeah.
Have you seen this fine film, Hard Rock Zombies?
I have not.
Yeah, it's probably not good for today's standards, but it's entertaining as a garbage old 80s.
Does it have a second name to it?
I guess there might. I think there is another name. That might be it, Rock Zombies. But
I saw a movie called Deathgasm that was pretty good.
Oh, I like that movie. That's a modern one, from a few
Okay.
years ago. I had the director on the show,
and I really thought the Foo Fighters was going to make that movie all about themselves, but I liked Studio 666.
I really liked that. I saw it at the theater, and I went in thinking it was just going to be really, really dumb. And it's just a really fun movie, though.
I thought it was going to be a lot like Kiss meets the Phantom of the Park.
Yeah.
I thought they was gonna make it all about themselves, but no, they joked on themselves. It was a good movie.
Yeah, yeah. I had the director on Without Your Head, really fun guy, and he talked, a lot about the band, and they were big horror fans, and they wanted to make a horror movie, and yeah, I recommend that Studio 666, and a lot of really fun kills. Let's see here. Pepe Potit Studio 666 was good. I agree. There are a lot of movies recently that are kind of throwback slasher movies because I think it's what, a lot of the people grew up watching and they're trying to make stuff like that. Which is fun.
Let me go over some. I got this thing called the Regal Club. Regal Unlimited.
Yeah, I use
Club.
the AMC Club. It's a similar idea. So it's like $20 a month and you can see 3 movies a week. So.
Yeah. Nope. This is unlimited. I go.
Oh, see, I don't have a Regal near me. Is the problem?
I can go from open to fucking close and watch just as much as I want. So, Evil Dead Rise, I really liked it.
Yeah, I just saw that.
I think it was in the same category as the very first one because if you remember, chick got raped by a tree and they set the characters, but not until she started saying Jack of Clubs, Ace of Spades, Jack of Diamonds, Jack of Clubs, Jack of Spades, and then that movie just took off and didn't stop.
Yeah.
Same thing, Evil Dead Rise.
Yeah, about halfway through it really.
Yeah, and then it just takes off and doesn't stop.
And there's some parallels to the first one. I don't want to give too much away, but like in the first one, when the bridge disappears, this one, the elevator disappears, and there's some cool things like that.
So I saw another one called Black Demon. Ain't worth a shit.
All
It's
right.
a shark movie. The Pope's Exorcist. I liked it. I liked how the little kid kind of reminded me of Linda Blair with the cussing and the grabbing the mom's boobs and shit like that.
Yeah. There you go, Lexar.
That reminded me of like in Wayne's World where he was like, "Oh, the shitty Beatles are playing," and he's like, "Oh, are they good?" It's like, "No, they suck." Yeah. I don't know. I love that movie.
Nefarious. It was okay, but it's a slow burn movie. Yeah. It's a very, very slow burn.
Yeah, it's not a fast pace, but I did think it was good.
Renfield, I really enjoyed.
Yeah, it's a very fun movie. Cheap plug, we had Miles Doliak on last week from Renfield. He plays the Van Helsing type character at the beginning of the movie.
I saw this movie, Malum. Malum. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Trying to go through my recently watched. 65. Oh, Adam Driver goes back in time with the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Loved it. I thought it was great. Scream 6. I don't like that much love story in my horror movies. Yeah. I like horror movies in my horror movies, not not the main star and the neighbor and Jen Ortega. Yeah. What the fuck? Come on, man. Let's see. Hunt Her, Kill Her. Very low budget, but I enjoyed it. This movie, Bunker. It's a very slow burn movie, but there is a commander in that is fucking awesome. And Cocaine Bear was a fun one.
That's a fun one, yeah.
Megan, I liked it.
Yeah, I like Megan a lot.
Universal Halloween Horror Nights is going to have a Megan house this year.
Yeah, and I saw the actress who plays the Megan doll is going to be at Mad Monster Party in Arizona, and they're going to do photo ops with her in costume.
So this one I had high hopes for, but was very let down. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
Yeah, it's not particularly good. Yeah.
She Came from the Woods was a total dog. It was a piece of shit. And it won't let me go no farther. But
I know you saw Sisu too, which
fucking awesome. Oh my god,
it's great. Man. I told Intra I think he'd like. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just lots of action. if you want to see Nazis getting blown up and killed, it's a good movie.
So good. That's a good one. So, Caesar.
Yeah, I saw it. It was cool. I saw it on I forget the name of the theater they call it, but anyway, like you can actually the seats vibrate with the sound, so that was a good movie to see with that because there's a lot of explosions
Hey,
and stuff.
I got a movie for all 6 of you. Have you seen Dangerously Fun?
No,
Write that down. Let me tell
Dangerously
you.
Fun.
All right.
Let me tell
Here's
you.
a
Oh,
number 2 pencil.
no, number 2
No.
pencils. Dangerously Fun. A
Only number
guy goes to a bar, gets drunk, falls asleep inside like the beer, where they store the beer. He wakes up and he wakes up in the middle of a serial killer AA meeting. If you're not sold off of that, then don't.
No, that
fucking
sounds
watch
good.
it.
Yeah.
Oh
I'm in.
yeah, hell yeah,
Wow.
it was so good, so good.
Crazy.
Dangerously Fun.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
making a
one of
list
them-
now.
One of the serial killers is Kurgan,
Oh, cool.
Nice.
and the other one,
Oddity.
one of the other serial killers is
Oh.
the funny bald head guy from Anchorman.
Oh yeah,
Chicken of the Cave, that guy. You know what I'm talking about?
I know who you're talking about. I forget his name.
Yeah, me too.
He has a really funny looking face. It's kind of
Yes.
small for his huge head.
Dangerously Fun. Check that movie out.
I will check that out. That sounds dangerously fun.
Oh wait, thoughts on
Zinger.
A24 horror films?
Yeah.
More
More artsy.
artsy, but love them. I fucking hate them, except for X and Pearl.
And Pearl.
Yeah.
But
Looking
Hereditary.
forward.
Here's the thing about art films, because me and Jack was just talking about this. There's a Skinamarink and there's an Ennie's Men that is just fucking garbage. But I made. If I send you a video, Jack, can you put it on this feed real quick?
Yeah, I think so.
I made Skinamarink 2, and it only lasts 19 seconds. Talk amongst yourself. And no, let me answer this question first. Hereditary, I hated Hereditary. I don't want to have to think about whether a movie is good or not. What's this other movie?
Yeah, I had this conversation with Josh Barnett. He didn't like Midsummer, and I'm like telling him why I liked it, but it's funny. We agreed and disagreed at the same time.
Well, like wrestling, people like different things. Some people like the comedy.
Yes.
Some so you know.
Men, that movie.
The characters
Men,
were unlikable.
That movie Men started out pretty good, but next thing I know, men are having men.
Yeah, the
babies.
end is really out there.
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Yeah.
All right, so let me try to send this to Jack real quick. I was so proud of this, and I kept every time I saw somebody putting over. Oh, Smile was fucking awesome.
Yeah, I love Smile.
I didn't
too.
know the first chick was Kevin Bacon's daughter.
Oh, I didn't know that either. Actually.
The first chick who took the plate and cut
Oh
her
yeah,
throat.
yeah.
That's Kevin Bacon's daughter.
I had the
Wow.
I had the guy did the effects on the show on Without Your Head.
She could start up the whole new 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon with just her.
That's cheating, though, probably. Using his daughter? No.
Well, it goes way into the future there. I guess, yeah, kind of cheating.
Yeah. I mean,
It's like a movie with him in it.
I call shenanigans on that one.
Yeah, true.
And Pepe Petit brought up Maxine is coming soon. That's the
yeah.
that's the third in X and
That's
Pearl.
a movie that I am looking forward to seeing. It's Maxine. So. I wouldn't like recommend the movies to anybody, but I personally enjoyed them. I was just like, yeah, that's fun.
Jack, I just
I
sent
got
some-
it here. All right, let me just set it up.
Pondo, real quickly, how would you rate the Killer Clowns from Outer Space?
hated it. I thought it was dumb as shit.
Is that one
Yeah,
of your
we
favorite
just
flicks?
talked about that. if they would have just been like normal aliens, I would have been
thumbs
cool.
down.
But why make them clowns and why huge things of cotton candy? I
It's
don't
like
know.
fart jokes and like
I just wasn't a
humor.
fan of Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
I like clowns personally. I went to the Barnum and Bailey a lot though. as a
Oh
kid.
yeah,
Yeah. I rode an elephant.
I rode an elephant. Here you go, Skinamarink
I
2,
rode a
guys.
mammoth.
That's what it is.
Yeah. So if you want to watch that for 2 hours and the camera moves even less, then you could go watch.
Is that the post-credit scene?
I knocked it down to 19 seconds. Every time I see somebody put that movie over on Facebook,
Yeah, it's.
I will
think they're
sit-
just. They have to be. I said earlier, people have different tastes. I could, Midsummer or something, but I don't. If anyone actually tells me Skinamarink's great, I really just think they're just.
exactly.
They think
And
I'm
Emmy's
supposed to look smart saying it's good. Yeah.
And
yeah.
Annie's been. Annie's
I
been.
agree.
Same fucking thing.
Man. When I was in high school, Lost Highway was huge, and me and like 5 of my friends watched it. We were just like
Another
looking
art-
at each other.
Yeah, another
Man,
art
come
film.
on.
Another one.
Yeah. I went to art school too, and
I love Lynch.
I don't know. it's
After
just
I watched
bullshit.
that, I was like, I don't need to ever see that again.
Right. Exactly.
Cool.
Hereditary.
Rammstein was on
Lords of
this.
Salem.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to that, but next thing I know, there's an ugly midget running around and a bunch of preachers jacking off dildos. I'm like, Rob Zombie, what the fuck are you doing?
I love the Velvet Underground scene though.
I mean, how do you write that? Let this ugly midget run around while a bunch of preachers jack off dildos. How do you write that?
Oh,
I recently had the actor played Dr. Satan on the show because it's the 20th anniversary of.
Totally different.
And
House
so
of a Thousand Corpse and Devil's Rejects and all that.
Yeah.
That totally different.
So he
Lords
also
of Salem.
played one of the priests in that scene, and he was talking about like he was asking like for direction. He's like, because like, do we all stroke? Do we all stroke at the same time? What hand do we use? And Rob,
Same rhythm?
whatever you would normally do. Just
I mean,
do.
that's what I'm talking about. How do these art film guys come up with some of these scenes? It's just dumb as sh- I wish I could sit next to the director while I'm watching Skinamarink and go, okay, asshole, what's that mean? What is this? What does that do? Why is this? You saw my 19-second version of the same movie. I'm more entertained with that.
Yeah, I heard people try to tell me it like recreates the feeling of dread when you're like a 6-year-old being alone, and I was like, I don't know. I just thought it was awful. It was, it was like, oh my god, it was like 2 hours, and like it was literally like if people haven't seen Skinamarink, like the camera would just be sitting on like the corner of the top of like a door, and like this is going on forever.
Toilet disappears.
Yeah.
Oh, that is horrifying.
And it was like something you could do
If
with
you
your
had to
phone.
take a
Just like
shit,
they're
it'd be
showing this.
horrifying.
When
You
you had
take
the
a picture,
WV.
you take it away, and then you put it
Now-
back.
Now, during Skinamarink, they do show some old cartoons,
Yes.
and that's about the most entertaining part of the fucking movie.
Uh-huh.
Enemy's Men, ENYS, has that same stupid garbage, and I just want to smack a director around and say, why? Why did you make this? Why did you make me waste my time?
Yes, that was, oh my lord. Pepe Petite, that's just an anxiety attack.
What is that I'm having?
No, I think
What?
Skinamarink maybe, but
For a 6-year-old child, they wouldn't be able to articulate their feelings, so they wouldn't be able to identify anxiety. They'd be like,
Yeah,
toilet, I
I'm
gotta
not-
take a poop.
I'm not convinced that movie isn't nothing but one huge turd. That's it.
It's a neat.
And I
Nobody
saw people say, "Oh, but it only costs like 50 grand." I was like, "How the hell did it cost 50 grand?"
Yeah, what
Then it should have cost like $50.
who costs that much? I mean, what? It was filmed on cell phones, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah. Like art school, all they teach you is how to like raise money, like basically schmooze with people and get their money. Like, and the
Well,
richer people, you know.
as someone who's produced a couple horror movies last year, it does cost a lot of money.
Yeah, definitely. But in art school, they really like teach you how to write grants and like socially climb a lot. At least art school I went to. Anyway,
But
2
none
cents.
of us went to art school. Alexa, you got anything else?
Well, I'm thinking about going back to wrestling again. Have you
let's
ever
do that.
wrestled for the big companies, the WWE or TNA Impact? However, they called you to wrestle a dog match or do something on the show.
So TNA Impact back in the day, they were feuding with Piece of Shit, and they hired me, Nate Webb, and Chris Hero to take on 3 Live Crew, which was Conan, Ron Killings, and Road Dogg.
Yeah.
So me and Nate showed up. Chris Hero did not, because he already knew what was going on. They gave us 6 minutes. Then they gave us 4 minutes. Then Conan said he was talking for 2 of those 4 minutes. So already I knew nobody's getting a job out of this shit. So the plan was the 3 of us were in the ring. 3 Live Crew comes in, beats us out. Conan does his promo. We go in to fight again, and they all 3 do our finish to us. Already I'm like, not liking it, but I'm like, that's what I'm here to do. But when I got into the ring, people started chanting my name, and I'm like, shit, I got fans here. So, sure enough, the 3 of them got in. They beat us out of the ring. Conan did his part, did his mic work. Conan grabbed his guy, did his finish. Ron Killings grabbed his guy and did his finish. And Road Dogg, he didn't get to do his finish because I went to the back. I'm not dumb. I knew nobody was getting a job out of this. So Road Dogg came to the back. He goes, Pondo, you were supposed to come in the ring. I'm like, oh shit, man. I'm sorry. I forgot all about it. But that's how I saved myself there. And then WWE, so wrestlers over the years who don't make it to WWE will say the words, oh, I never wanted WWE, but we know goddamn well they all wanted WWE. But look at me when I say I never wanted WWE. My wrestling career was never part of that. My wrestling career was always I wanted to be in Japan, and I've been there 44 times, so I think I've done what I wanted to do. But
Wow.
when I was with Sarah Logan, I dropped her and Darcy Dixon off at the Memphis Arena, and then I went back to the hotel. That's how much I gave a shit about WWE. While I was there, they called me and asked me if I would be an extra on the show. And I told them, I'm like, look, I don't have no suit. I don't have no fancy clothes. I'm in a Texas Chainsaw Massacre t-shirt and a pair of shorts right now. And they're like, we don't care. We need you. And what it was, I don't know if you guys watched WWE or not, but the episode where they shoved John Moxley in a room and had security outside keeping him in, and then later he was outside the room, and they said, how'd you get out? And he was like, through the back door. Well, they had used all their rosebuds to block that door. So they needed rosebuds to catch Adam Rose. So I was at the hotel, and they asked me if I wanted to come in. Well, I'd already started watching something on HBO, so I really didn't care about going back. And then they said, my ringtone.
Oh,
Still on the podcast. I'll call you back.
WWE is that scary, apparently.
So they said, well, we'll give you $200. I'm like, oh, shit, I'm in. So I went back in a Texas Chainsaw Massacre and a pair of blue jean shorts. Everybody else is dressed, suits, fancy dresses, and here I am walking around like the scumbag that I am. So none of them, they didn't know who Mad Man Pondo was, and they didn't give two shits about me. The way they looked at me is, why does this motherfucker get to walk around dressed like he is? So we're getting ready to do our segment. Of course, Sarah's talking to me because that's my girl at the time. Darcy's talking to me. But none of the rest of the extras are talking to me. So we're sitting there waiting on Adam Rose and Sami Zayn, who was the bunny that night, going over their shit. And next thing I know, somebody comes over and puts me in a headlock and starts giving me work punches to the head, and they let me go. It's John Moxley. It's fucking Dean Ambrose. So, I mean, we've known each other for years. So we're sitting there having like a 10-minute conversation, and he leaves. Next thing I know, all the extras want to treat me like I'm one of them, and I'm like, no, fuck all you guys. You didn't. If you don't like me at my scumbaggest, you're not gonna like me after. But I was a Rosebud 3 times and caught Adam Rose on his trust fall. But that's the only thing I did at WWE. Never been approached by AEW. Did a little thing with ROH where I was not. What's Canales' boyfriend's name?
Mike Bennett.
Yes, I was Mike Bennett's favorite wrestler. Mike Bennett doesn't know who the fuck I am. I've really not done any notable TV, but 6 of you on here know who I am, so I guess I've done a good job.
Yeah. And I like that Moxley seems to always remember people, that he wrestled in the past, and he
really does.
Yeah,
he does.
And promotions too.
I like that Rollins, when he was asked about favorite wrestler, like he didn't like kiss ass. He was like, "No, I'm Necro Butcher," someone that never worked WWE, like on the roster. I thought that was pretty cool.
Best technical wrestler you worked, Chris Hero. Huh? Technical wrestler.
Yeah.
I worked CM Punk back in the day. I worked Chris Hero back in the day. Colt Cabana I've worked. I don't know. That's the problem. I've gotten my brains beat out so many years and don't know that many technical wrestlers, but no deathmatch workers like that.
Well, you could put Terry Funk in both those too.
Exactly.
Oh, well, Terry Funk. There you go. That was the best technical wrestler.
We'll go back to Bob Cook. So he said he could put him in every list. So
there you go.
I missed this one earlier. AJ, did you like any horror movies involving pro wrestlers, like Pro Wrestlers vs. Zombies, Monster Brawl, and WrestleManiac?
Those are pretty rough, man.
I like WrestleManiac. I thought WrestleManiac was pretty good.
It was all right. All right, but I will say,
like it.
Escape from New York.
Oh yeah, with Ox
There
Baker.
you go.
Ox Baker. Of course, They Live.
Oh yeah. That's one of the best fight scenes too. It's like a wrestling, and it's so long, and it's great.
And back in the day when I was a kid, I did not know for the $6 Million Man that Andre the Giant.
Yeah, I didn't know either until when I got on the internet. Yeah.
So movies like that I like, but not wrestling movies.
We saw it was Annabelle, me, and our friend Diego, who wrestles for Big Keiju Batal. We saw Pro Wrestlers versus Zombies at this convention in New York, It was New Jersey. And we were all laughing because it's, not particularly good. And everyone else in the theater was like mad at us because we were laughing. But I was like, I don't know how you're supposed to watch this movie like it's like this serious horror movie.
Somebody says thoughts on the wrestler Mickey Rourke. Here's a funny one. So in Charleston, West Virginia, I was working at a place called Park Place Cinemas. And I was an usher. And for 2 weeks, they played the wrestler. So I'm out there tearing tickets, and it's at a point where everybody's in their theaters, and these two old people are leaving the theater. And I look at them and I say, I'm sorry, but was there some kind of problem? Because I thought if there was some teenager in there talking or some shit going on that I could go in there and I could stop it and they would go back to their movie. And the couple looked at me and they said, well, we really like this movie, The Wrestler, but next thing I know, there's some guy in there stapling himself and bleeding and getting hit with a window and stuff like that. And I just looked at him and I said, I understand. There's the door. I didn't say, hey, I do that same shit. I didn't say, hey, that's one of my best friends. I didn't say anything. I'm just like, there's the door. Thank you for stopping by.
They didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah. See No Evil, the Kane horror movie.
If he wasn't playing Kane, the character, it might have been better.
It's Jacob Goodnight.
It's better than the sequel. I'll say that.
Yes. It's better than Skinamarink.
It is better than Skinamarink. Ready to Rumble.
I loved Ready to Rumble. I quote sentences from Ready to Rumble all the time.
It's a really fun one.
I would like to meet. So back in the day, ICP took me backstage at WCW, and I met David Arquette. But ICP also knew my habits, and they said, don't you pull that camera out for no reason. I'm like, all right. So I didn't get a picture with David Arquette, but I got to meet David Arquette. But I would really like to meet him nowadays and get my picture with him. I mean, if not for Ready to Rumble, but he's great in Scream, So
there was a documentary a couple years ago, or maybe a year or two ago, about his wrestling.
Exactly. Which was David Arquette won't die or something.
Yeah, I got to talk to him over another podcast about that.
Yeah, we had the directors on. So we'll let you go, Pondo, so you can call back whoever's calling you.
I have to get this question in, though, Jack.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. You got 15 more minutes, and then I've been on here 3 hours, and then George South has got me beat by 1 hour and a half.
All right.
Thank you so much, Pondo.
What are your feelings on the fine cinematic masterpiece of Spaceballs?
Oh,
I love Spaceballs.
He loves it.
Controversy here.
You know what I wish they made History of the World Part 2, but I wish they would have made Spaceballs Part 2 because so much more has happened. I mean, they can make fun of all three of the new Star Wars movies, The Mandalorian. There's so much more.
Baby Yoda, the prequels.
Baby Yoda. There's so much more that can be made fun of, but Spaceballs. I mean, that's another movie. I quote things all the time. Like, we ain't seen shit. See, just me saying that sentence, you know what I'm talking about.
I like when they're like, those are the two guys that just kicked our ass or something like that, and then your Schwartz is as big as mine. I love that.
That's it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But Jack gives me a hard time for being a Spaceballs fan.
Oh, I like to mess with you. Mega Mate, you went from suck to blow.
There you go. That's a good one.
Oh boy.
Well,
I thought he was just talking with somebody new, but no, I see.
Am I surrounded by assholes? That's another good one.
I thought that was a real question. Yeah.
Is Mega made Jasmine? Is that Jasmine? Who's Mega Maid? Oh, Mega Maid. Oh, you're talking about
The big maid.
Oh,
that,
gotcha.
yeah, at the end of the movie.
Man, my
that-
mind
that
went
Ron
totally
Burgundy.
somewhere else.
Yeah.
we need to meet just Jasmine. You're talking about.
I won't mention the Jasmine I think he was talking.
All right. All right. Anything else there,
11
Mr.
more minutes, guys. 11
Stevie,
more
do you have
minutes.
Stevie? You've been silent
Yeah.
over here. You have to have a question.
Did you watch a lot of Canadian horror films? Like I grew up on low budget, tax shelter Canadian horror films.
Name some and I'll tell you. I saw Bite.
The Brood, wasn't it? It was The Brood.
What is your early
Cronenberg.
Bloody Valentine Canadian?
How about the original Black Christmas?
Yeah, I saw the original. Is that Canadian?
Yes.
Doing a podcast, I'll call you right back.
I've met
podcast, I'll call you right back.
So
right.
I've met Art Hindle and Keir Delay, and Art Hindle had a lot of time on his hands because nobody was meeting him. So we just sat and chatted about Black Christmas, and he told me all these stories about Black Christmas. Black Christmas.
I'm on another podcast, the Figure Gore podcast. I don't know if Jack knows about that or not, but Robert, the guy who put the podcast together, hooked me up with this movie, The Last Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And then it had a sequel. Shit, I can't remember. But
The Last Christmas too. I don't know.
No, it was a totally different name. But
really?
none of you Canadians know what the fuck I'm talking about?
Steven's the only one. He's the only Canadian.
Steven's the only Canadian.
Yeah,
Huh?
Toronto Stevie.
I get it, eh?
Pondo, do you collect any wrestling memorabilia?
Dude, I have one of every LJN and their accessories. All
That should be
in
in Zach
good,
Ryder's podcast.
yeah, all in good condition. I wouldn't buy them unless they was in good condition. But I have one of each, not all their variants, but all of one of each characters, plus a whole bunch of custom ones. I was telling Jack this, like, people comes to my house thinking they're gonna see a bunch of wrestling stuff. I got horror movie shit all around my room, but I do have all the LJNs, and I have my autographed Nikolai Volkov figure.
Oh.
I have an autographed Slick LJN in the
very
package. I have a
Ooh.
Daphne autographed.
Nice.
I have a Kevin Sullivan that I haven't got autographed yet. And me and Sergeant Slaughter over the years have become pretty good friends. And he will get a figure and he will send it to me. So I will collect anything that man hands me. Worst injury. Well, I did get my ribs broke. I've gotten my head fractured. It's got to be one of them two, but they're both equally. The 6 days of agony. I haven't went through too much pain, but those three are pretty memorable.
How are you feeling right now? I mean, not the second, but
I'm
overall.
ready to do some jumping jacks and think about running around the block and I feel good, man. I look around locker rooms and I will see technical wrestlers or muscle bound wrestlers with ice on their shoulder or all this shit. I don't have to do none of that. And like I said, I all I can blame it on is stupidity, and I'm stupid, and I don't treat pain like other people do. But I also don't take pain pills, so I don't know. That's pretty stupid, don't you think?
Maybe it might sound it, but maybe it's
maybe
working
you're on
out for you.
Yeah, whatever works for you.
All right, guys. 7 more minutes.
6
What
more
do we got?
So
I was watching on my other TV over here. I have WCW Clash of Champions.
Mhm.
They had Nikita Koloff interviewed by like Gordon Sully, I think, and like Nikita Koloff was like all in a white suit with a white shirt and a white tie. It's pretty pimp.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to wear all white if you're going to do
you're
a bloody
cutting out
match
a little
too,
bit.
because it really stands out then.
Yeah.
So I saw like
Abdullah the Butcher.
Go on, sorry.
Abdullah the Butcher one time, he told me that he puts white tape on his forks because you can't see blood on a silver fork.
Yeah.
Right.
That's smart.
He was trying to sell Incher. He was trying to sell Incher autograph forks when we met him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I got one of his. I got one of his forks and he stabbed me.
One time I had a T-shirt. One time I had a T-shirt made for Abdullah, a 6X Mad Man Pondo T-shirt. So I saw him and I handed him the T-shirt and he goes, champ. He goes, did you get this made for me? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, thank you. And I said, no problem. He goes, you see my gimmick table out there? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, you see all those T-shirts? I said, yeah. And he goes, go over there and tell the guy I want to give you one $5 off.
I won't say who this was because I like the person, but we were at a wrestling convention and a guy came up with a license plate and it had the wrestler's name on it, and he gave this big backstory about it. And the guy's like, "Oh, brother, I'll remember this. This is so cool." And the guy left, and he literally he put it on his table and sold it as soon as after the guy gave it.
I got one better than that. Honky Tonk Man was at the flea market here in Louisville, Kentucky. And a guy came up with an old guitar. And Honky Tonk Man said, "Oh, that's a cool guitar." And the guy was like, "Yeah, I wanted you to sign it for me." And Honky Tonk said, man, I really can't sign that for you because people be putting them on eBay and they make a bunch of money. He says, but, I'm getting ready to wrestle. I could use that guitar. How much do you want for it? And the guy said, no, if you want this guitar, you can have it. And he gave Honky Tonk Man the guitar. So I'm walking around the flea market, and over the loudspeaker, I hear, ladies and gentlemen, go get your raffle tickets to win WWE's used guitar by the Honky Tonk Man in WrestleMania, I don't know, 15, whatever. I went back to that table. I'm like, are you shitting me, pal?
Oh, my.
Hopefully they gave it away. I've been at some conventions where they actually did raffles, and I don't think they actually gave the stuff away.
Favorite Godzilla film, favorite Godzilla enemy.
Pondo, very quickly, what was your experience like wrestling Rude Boy with that backyard wrestling?
Hold on, Lex. Sorry, he's answering the Godzilla question.
Okay, so favorite Godzilla film has to be Son of Godzilla. I love that little guy.
Yeah.
Favorite Godzilla enemy is Gigan.
Okay.
And it's not Mothra, it's not Chidora, are cool, but I'm really liking this. I thought that I was going to hate the new Godzilla versus Kong, but I wound up loving the new Godzilla versus Kong. And they threw the Mecha Godzilla in there, which I thought was awesome. And now I'm seeing reports where Gigan is going to be in the new one. Yeah. So I'm really liking this new Godzilla series I got. Shin Godzilla, I did not like. Okay. 15 minutes of Godzilla, get the fuck out of here. No monsters to fight. What the hell was that? I'm sorry, Lexar.
Too Lovecraftian.
What was your experience like wrestling Rude Boy in the Backyard Wrestling video game launch party?
That's exactly what that was. There was half-naked chicks running around. There was beer for who drank. There was other things to partake for what other people were doing. There was food everywhere. There was checks at the end of it, and we got early copies of the video game. So yeah, so the dude who rented us the mansion had no idea that we was going to be out there playing with light tubes. And the minute he saw that, he ran up to the ringside and was like, "What are you guys doing?" I didn't know who the guy was. I'm like, "Go sit the fuck down. Who are you?" And he was like, "I own this property." I'm like, "Oh, we're just playing with light tubes, sir." And then I went on. Favorite Chinese food would be coconut shrimp.
Ooh, that's a good by me too.
Thanks.
And Japanese food, they have these sushi places that have rotating plates.
Oh, like the conveyor belt?
Yeah. And
I've always wanted to go to one of those, but I've never been to one. Yeah.
I love that shit. And the reason that I figured out that I liked sushi was the mafia would take us out to eat and we couldn't tell them no. So I had to figure out something that I liked. And I like shrimp and salmon sushi. I will eat the shit out of that.
Oh yeah, I work at a sushi restaurant right now. Yeah,
I hear you. There it is. 3 hours.
3 hours. I think that's a pretty good time. I want to thank you for being on. It's been really fun.
I hope I answered all your guys'
Yeah.
questions, and I hope I was genuine. I hope you guys all had a good time.
Oh, definitely.
Had a great time. I hope you did too. Well, I'm
I
sure
did.
you wouldn't
I
have
had a
stayed
great
3
time.
hours if you didn't. Yeah.
That's right. All right, guys. Hey, if you see me at a show, come out and say hello. I'm a good guy.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you so
can
much.
vouch.
Good one, guys.
See you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to be right back because I really have to pee.
Yeah, I might
And
have
then-
to go after you.
All right. Well, you want it? Well, we could play the song if you want again. I don't know.
Like
I'll be
4
right back,
feet
and then
spears deep.
Yeah.
we
Talk
can
about
maybe
Drop
Stevie can do a little
play
bit
the
of
raw
Raw
report. If
Yeah, while I'm
Trump
gone,
is
and then
TV,
Do Raw
we'll
report.
take turns. So try to get some. Do a truncated one if you want. Whatever. I'll be right back. But start, Stevie. Sorry, it's a little late.
I'm
If
out.
you wanna
I have a doctor's appointment
Also,
tomorrow at
Backlash
9
was good
a.m.
too.
Good
I
night.
got a root canal tomorrow.
night, Lexi.
I'm going in. See you, Lexi.
I guess while Jack is away, I want to do some filibustering on the draft since I wasn't on last week.
Okay.
That draft was the biggest waste of my life, the biggest waste of 5 hours of my life. They really need to do something about if you're going to stay on the show, you shouldn't be drafted.
Yeah, it's like Drew McIntyre's like they're questioning whether he's going to be around much longer, and they drafted him to Raw, didn't they?
And he wasn't on the show, so
yeah, he hasn't been on the show, but yeah, there's definitely Wise almost like a free agent.
Yeah, exactly. Like that was another one of the big pet peeves is if you're going to, if you're going to say, well, we got to be brand specific, you only see them on Raw, only see them on SmackDown. Why do you have Brock Lesnar and Omos of all people, and I think there's some other ones as free agents who can go anywhere? It's like, and then why are you having a tournament to determine a new Raw champion and including 6 SmackDown wrestlers? This is just, like they just destroyed their whole thing like right in the very first show. So
yeah, it's pretty meaningless.
Anyway, if you want to start the Raw report, yeah, exactly. Let's truncate it. We don't have to really go through like the whole thing. Otherwise, it might take me another hour and I have to get to bed.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we had Seth Rollins basically won the whole thing, but he had 2 matches. The first one he beats Shinsuke Nakamura and Damian Priest. The second we had Otis, Mustafa Ali winning matches that don't mean anything. We get Cody. So I'm glad that Brock Lesnar took out Cody in this tournament.
Oh, I'm very glad for that too.
I do not want to see Cody winning this belt, and he's not going to win the belt. Seth Rollins will probably win it. But yeah, I really liked Brock basically destroying Cody first, the F5 on the floor, and then through the announce table, taking Cody out. But really, I don't think Cody they should have done this later on thing where Cody's like he's walking around a little gingerly, and I think he was also in the trainer's table or something, getting medically looked at. They should have did the whole stretcher job. They should have just brought out the ambulance and had Cody taken out to the nearest local medical facility.
Well, the thing is, though, Steven, is Cody is on the road to Stardust.
I thought you were going to do the DDP.
Stardust. Wasn't that how he did it? The Stardust thing? He's going to be Stardust before long.
Some of this
because he is totally out of the championship tournament. He's already been eliminated. So I'm happy for that.
And let's see, what else did we have? We had Rhea winning a match. Oh, Dana Brooke came off the milk cartons to lose to Rhea Ripley. Cut a terrible promo. Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn defeated the debuting Imperium. Oh well, so much for them.
Without Gunther.
Yeah, he's on a honeymoon, I think. We had Zoe Stark debut, defeat Nikki Cross. And we had Trish. So we had Trish come out and get beat up by Becky Lynch.
That was a shocker. I thought I really didn't think Becky was in the building, but then when they did the first tease and then the second tease, I was like, she's going to do it again, but Becky was actually there.
But she was actually there, and the look on Trish's face, and she got beat up. We had Dominic winning a match. And then we had the finals, Seth versus Finn Balor. Oh, by the way, Finn Balor won the opening one. And then we had Seth Rollins and Finn Balor as the main event, with Seth Rollins winning with the curb stomps. And so Seth Rollins is probably, he's probably going to win. Now, it really, to me, I don't care who wins on SmackDown. Because I think Seth is going to be the world champion.
Seth does seem to be a shoe-in for it.
Yeah. Probably the most anticlimactic tournament. If Seth doesn't win, if they do something stupid like, say, Edge wins, or who else? Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley gets drafted over to SmackDown and he wins the world title and goes back to Raw, or do something dumb like that. I wouldn't put it past WWE, but I still think Seth Rollins should win. But yeah, and that may be the fastest Raw report I've ever done.
I'm not sure who could it be that will win the SmackDown side, but just based off of Seth Rollins, I think Seth's probably the most likely candidate to get the belt. But who's in the tournament on SmackDown? Is there any strong contenders on that one?
Bobby Lashley, Rey Mysterio, Edge.
God, I hope it's not
AJ Styles.
AJ Styles. Yeah, that's another one. Like AJ. I'm glad AJ came back because because I guess since Roman's going to be on SmackDown supposedly, he needs some new challengers, and we haven't seen Roman versus AJ. So I think if he's going to continue this record-setting undefeated streak as champion, hey, put him against Bobby Lashley, put him against AJ Styles, and because I think AJ will have a good match against Roman. So
yeah.
And did you see on Backlash? Backlash gets my vote right now for show of the year for WWE. I thought that was fantastic. The scariest thing on that show was, I think, what's her name? Bianca Belair tried one arm slam on Io and nearly killed her.
She dropped her right on her face. That was rough. It looked like she could have broke her neck on that. Did you see Backlash, Jack?
I did not. I actually didn't even realize it was on.
Oh, really? Yeah, it was on Saturday evening.
Shows, Jack, you really got to see it.
It was pretty good. I mean, there was some good stuff in it. I thought it was a little. There wasn't any title changes, which I thought that was kind of mean to do to
Zelina,
Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
and Zelina. I mean, the fans are so in favor of her, which I really don't want to see Rhea Ripley get beat by Zelina. But I mean, the crowd was so into her, though. It was like I could kind of see it happening. They just beat Zelina.
Yeah.
I mean,
they probably should have honestly probably had her in a different match where she could go over, because I don't think you really want to put the title on her, especially take it off Rhea right now. But
you
probably
could
should have had her just in a singles match for someone else. But
they could have, but I think they could have. Obviously, realistically, Rhea Ripley could have just beat Zelina in 5 minutes, but they could have given Zelina like a 1 week championship run.
I would
have Rhea win it back on.
He's
SmackDown.
not. He's. I don't think she's very
she
good.
needs to beat Rhea, but
Rhea's
they probably should have had her against Bianca.
One of the hottest people in the company.
Bianca was getting booed on the show and she was up against Io. My God, they were like loving Io Shirai or Io Sky. They were like going freaking crazy.
That's the thing when they have these wrestling shows for audiences that aren't oversaturated with wrestling. They really come out and show, like the AEW thing at the ticket. I mean, we haven't seen the show, but the ticket sales are going crazy, which is great to see.
Mm-hmm.
So more than a lot of people predicted they would sell it all.
The Wembley thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm looking at this where it says the face stomp was brutal. Also on there was Rollins got the best match out of Omos he could possibly get, and that top rope face stomp on the Omos, that was pretty.
So they already put. We know Omos is the chosen guy for Vince in a way, but they put Seth Rollins over him. So I think that probably gives away who's going to be. That even cements it even more. It's probably going to be Seth Rollins.
Oh yeah.
But so happy that Cody he beat Brock Lesnar, but it wasn't a very strong win. That bump that Brock Lesnar took into the freaking turnbuckle was just brutal. I mean, it was an uncovered buckle, Jack.
Oh yeah.
He just basically rammed his head in it, and he had a gash on his head that just went straight down.
Monday Night Raw, they had like
spot where he, Hardway cut himself, on purpose. That's cool. That's cool. I mean.
So he did. So Brock Lesnar, when he was beating up Cody, the camera zoomed in on his face, and you just see this thing on Brock Lesnar's face. He just look at my face, and.
Like
the tone in his voice, Jack. It only reminded me of one other song by Dos Jackie or Dos Neil or "Piss in Your Face." The way he was saying, "Look at my face."
Boom! Yeah. Piss in your face.
You could replace Jackie Jones and Brock in the lyrics, and it would sound just as good when he was saying, "Look at my face." If you put just piss in my face. I'm sorry, Bruce. What were you saying? You're saying something.
Oh, I forgot. That was great. I love that.
Thank you.
Okay.
So they're gonna have I guess a second match in Saudi, and maybe this is the one that Brock wins, or
I think Brock's gonna go over.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna be. Maybe they're going back and forth with him and Cody, but I mean, it wasn't a very strong win for Cody. I mean.
No, it was.
Well, I think that's probably. I didn't even see the match, but that's probably what you would do in a match versus Brock. You wouldn't have a guy like really destroy him, especially someone much smaller. I think that's probably good storytelling.
Yeah, but Brock looked really rough on Raw because his eye was dark underneath, and it looked like he even had some blood coming out of his nose. It was all dried up, but yeah. I love the shot at the beginning where they had the drone going through like the streets, and then it even went into the arena and then went around. I thought that was a really creative shot that they did for a wrestling show. I was like, that looked really neat how they started it out on the pay-per-view. But yeah, the crowd from Puerto Rico they were off the charts, going crazy. I'd like the Dominique and Bad Bunny and Damian Priest. I thought their match was pretty fun. Just how they got all the people. Savio Vega got involved, and Rey Mysterio.
Everything cool.
And and that was the big one. The Carlito came out, and everybody's going crazy.
That should have been the main event. If you switch the street fight with Cody versus Brock, it would have been a better show.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah,
because I'm not a Cody fan, if you haven't noticed, but so I would have preferred it to been you
put that match on, and then the tag team match, and then the street fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
most definitely. But I gotta go use the restroom real quick.
All right, Pisser McGee over here.
Yes,
why don't you just pee your pants?
So, like I said, that's all from me now. I've got to go to bed.
All right, good night, Stevie.
Right.
You're a good man. Bye. Talk to you soon.
Man,
all the way up there in Stevie Town. That's what we call Toronto here, Stevie Town.
Stevie Town.
Won't you take me to Stevie Town? Big thank you to Mad Man Pondo. Very cool guy. I like that man. I met him at a horror convention years ago. He actually has a Without Your Head work shirt. He's a good dude. Our old Evil Genius work shirt from, I think, 2012. It's pretty cool. All right. You guys, anyone would like to call into the show? What's on your mind, Mr. Bruce? They call me Mr. Bruce.
Yes, they call me Bruce. Like, I don't know. I've just been, I don't know. Yeah, I dyed my hair. I've been trying to, like, gather myself, recenter. Yeah. Last week I wasn't able to call in because it was on Wednesday.
Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while. I thought maybe you no longer love us.
No, I love you. I was sick a couple weeks ago, and then last week I couldn't make it. But no, this week I was like, I'm calling no matter what. So
good man. So I talked to Swax the other day. He seems very confused, but if he wants to video in, he can. I know people are wondering why someone was on the show tonight. I'm a man who gives people many chances. If that's a problem, I can't help it. So just in the future, everyone use common sense and everything will be good here. I like the show to be fun, and I like everyone to feel involved, and I think it's been a fun night so far. So for the horror fans out there, we talked about a lot of horror tonight. So if you're not aware, Thursday nights I do Without Your Head, a horror movie podcast. This Thursday, we'll be live with the people who made a direct to VHS 1990 film Attack of the Killer Refrigerator. So we're going to have these fine folks on, and they're going to talk about plans to make a sequel. So that'll be fun. And then this Saturday is Severed Limbs the 13th, which is the 13th Severed Limbs Film Festival. So it's a bunch of short films. And we are going to show them this Saturday, and we have awards, a live chat. It's a really good time. My movies are playing. Where are they playing? They're coming to a Gasp Horror Festival, and that's in the UK. And we're going to play Gen Con in Indianapolis, which is pretty cool. I'd actually kind of like to go to that. And we got some more festivals coming up. And then this fall, we will... look at this. This fall, we will have a release, streaming and a physical release.
Hi.
Inch Man, how's it going, baby doll?
Doing good. Did that make my camera disappear like yours? And
yeah.
That's why I didn't do the whole thing.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it looked more.
So we're going to be playing Gen Con in Indianapolis. And look who they picked for the picture.
Hell yeah.
Bearded inch.
Mitten. Oh, it's bearded incher.
Yeah.
I don't remember
Official
that photo.
selection of 2023 Gen Con. So you go there, you play some video games and board games and whatnot, and go see the Once and Future Smash in End Zone 2. Hell yeah. All right. So, Incher, anything on your mind before we get to the questions?
Well, was there anything that happened on AEW last week that we should probably bring on? We did the show after. We did the show after last week.
Oh yeah, that's what that. Yeah.
Yeah. Rampage.
I didn't.
Oh, they had the ultimate, the Matt Hardy thing.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I haven't seen any wrestling since last week's show.
Really? So you did not see it, eh?
I've heard people really liking it. So.
It was all right. I mean,
really?
I mean
these things aren't really for me.
It's kind of like what you expect from these things. I mean, you know, the whole delete and all that. Did you see it, Bruce?
No, I didn't. I'd like to though. I've been hearing the build up to it though.
There's an uncut version on YouTube, I believe.
Oh yeah, because they did go to break during the actual like segment, so it's like you know they were talking throughout that probably. So you probably did miss a lot from the actual airing on TV. There's some all right stuff on Rampage. I think ROH last week was they didn't cut to a match to end the show, which I appreciated. They don't feel like a Ring of Honor show though. It's just like the show that they record before AEW, which I understand, but it's like the talent they use.
Yeah.
Like your standard AEW.
They should have planned all this stuff out before they bought the company, because I don't think they really had any idea what to do with it once they bought it.
I mean, Samoa Joe seems to be like he's on ROH more so, and he has longer matches and stuff. But like, I know they had Athena. She defended her belt and she won, and that's cool. Athena's not so much on, you know, AEW as much anymore. But I mean, she really wasn't known as like an ROH person though, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Samoa Joe definitely he's an ROH person, but like it just doesn't seem right in a way. But I mean, I don't want to dog the show, but I don't know if I'd necessarily recommend spending money to watch ROH at this point. You know, it's just a show. Some things they do on it, they are special. They do have some good promos, but it's like I can't give it like a hard recommendation at this point. And I wish I could, because you know I want good things for AEW and their company, and I want Ring of Honor to continue. But I think they could showcase more of the Ring of Honor guys like Dalton Castle, or you know make it feel like a Ring of Honor show, but you know pep it up, you know, with the production of AEW and everything.
Yeah, if you're gonna have it, you have to try to make it, you know, something worthwhile. That's why I'm concerned about, you know, this new show. And
yeah,
I think since it's live, they'll probably put a lot of effort into it. But I think Ring of Honor could be something good, but it seems like they kind of half-ass it, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's a show that you got to pay $10 to even witness. You know,
right?
It's not just a YouTube show. You know, you can't see it for free. It came out last week that Dave Meltzer had some bad reports saying that they're going to do like a brand extension for AEW. Did we talk about that?
Well, yeah. The thing is, almost all this just comes from Meltzer. So I don't know how much truth it is that there's going to be a brand split. And then his latest thing doesn't even really sound like a brand split at all, because he was even before this other one. So I heard him say that some guys will be on one show only, some guys will be on both. once in a while. Then some people will be on both all the time. And I was like, well, I don't really think he knows what he's talking. He keeps changing the story. I don't really think he knows anything. And he just kind of says what he might think's going to happen. And then his latest one was he said, so Punk will mostly be on the Saturday show, but he'll also be on the Wednesday show. But so when he's on the Saturday show, like the Elite guys won't be on it. When he's on Wednesday, the Elite guys won't be on it. They'll be on Saturday. So I'm like, I really don't even think this is a brand split. It's just they're going to try to keep these two guys
separated. Yeah.
And honestly, to me, this is just lame as hell. I'll be on whoever doesn't want to be on, even be on the show, never mind wrestle them. I really think should be fired.
Yeah. Well, I think what Tony's end game here is he's trying to get these guys together eventually. If it's
been
not
months
gonna be,
already.
If this isn't elaborate work already, just trying to get the fans in a frenzy if they do an angle right out the gate, you know? I could see that happening, or I could see it just being Tony trying to tide things over until these guys might do something.
It's if that's what he's doing, I think it's actually a lame. Like he's just being pussy about it.
I just wonder what, because they are named EVPs of the company, and like they're, from what I hear, they are the holdouts, and I hear that Punk's willing to do stuff with them.
That's it. Whoever's not willing to do it, if they're not willing to do it, I think they should be fired, honestly.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I was about to address. It's like they have an EVP status. Can they just be let go? I mean, like, can they just say, well, you're fired or something because you don't want to do this? I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a legal thing where you can't just like out.
I do not support them at all if this is all true. I think that's just pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very childish. It's bad enough not to wrestle him, but they won't be in the building with the guy. It's
like dancing around the issue.
I think they're a detriment to the company at that point.
I really think something's going to happen, and I think this is getting the fans all worked up. I think I could be wrong.
Yeah, I thought the same thing about the Cody thing, but then he really left. So.
Oh fuck! I don't want to see him go to WWE or something like that. That is really going to be disappointing to me. I mean, that almost in a way, I think that's worse. If Kenny and the Bucks show up in WWE.
Oh yeah, because
I mean, they got to go somewhere. So, and I don't think they're going to go to Impact. I mean, I guess Kenny could go back to New Japan, but I mean, he's already made the move to. Is he living in the States right now, I guess, or wherever he's living?
From what I heard, I don't know, because who knows what. Like I said, most of the stuff's just Meltzer saying stuff, which either he's just kind of. I used to be a big supporter of Meltzer, but over the last couple of years, not so much. Because I think he listens to one side and reports it as complete gospel and facts on every level, and I don't think that's right.
I think this is what's happened. He had information flowing into him from everybody, and then it got shut off. I don't really think
so. I think he gets it from one
person. Wait.
Originally, before?
Before the fight happened, it got shut off, and I think he's only getting information from one side, like you're saying.
And I don't even think he's a dishonest guy.
He's just reporting.
But I think he's very naive, and he'll believe anything that's told to him. Like that thing, which honestly wasn't that big of a deal, but it is kind of shows the problems with Meltzer when he was reporting all this stuff about, I forget which Japanese company it was, and it was all fake news. They were telling him like someone was booking some show, and it really wasn't true at all, but he just kept reporting it. And I do think that was done on purpose to show not so much that he had this wrong information on some Japanese like indie promotion, but to show that he's so trustworthy that he doesn't necessarily look into anything he's told and will report it.
Yeah. A test, if you will.
Yeah, and I think that's a big concern with anything that comes out of Meltzer from this stuff.
Well, I don't want to be all sour on Dave. I love Dave. I think he's a good man. We got to get that. We got to get the dirt one way or another, and he's been providing it all
Yeah,
these
if it's
years.
dirt, but it's not if it's not necessarily true. Lexar, here's some of my questions before I go to bed. WrestleMania is headed to Minneapolis in 2025. Are you intrigued? No. I mean, why do I care? I'll anytime someone tells me a wrestling show is in some city or something,
Yeah,
I don't give a shit unless it's somewhere I could go.
yeah, if it's close.
Yeah. Does it matter to me if WrestleMania is in Minneapolis? No, I don't. What the hell do I care? I don't live in Minneapolis.
I guess if you're like a Von Erich fan and you know it's happening in Texas,
What am
like
I, 80 years old?
maybe just for instance, or you're a Bret Hart fan and it's happening.
So
in
it's
Calgary
Minneapolis.
or
Where they gonna bring in some AWA stars?
I don't know. I
Gonna
don't
bring
know.
in Greg Gagne, Baron Von Raschke, the Milkman, Jake Milliman.
Maybe. I mean, that's the only thing that I think it would matter to somebody who's not in the area at the time, you know. But no, I mean, for the most part, if it's not a place that is feasible for me to go to, then I don't really care.
Yeah, when I'm watching a show, I never think, "Oh man, look at this, hot Minneapolis crowd." Or I don't give a fuck.
Well, like Puerto Rico was a neat crowd.
No,
to
that's
see,
different.
but-
That's different. But if it's
So-
Minneapolis,
But it was kind of messed up. Puerto Rico didn't get a title change or anything.
why? They got wrestling.
I mean, they haven't had WWE in so long, and it's
So
like,
they were eating it up. Now they
Yeah.
got something else they could look forward to it next time. Maybe
I think it's because Vince, he has those results stamped. The lottery company's got a hold of them, and they're like, you can't change a thing, Vince. So when Zelina goes out there and she's getting praised like crazy, they're like, we can't do this. It's already in the books. You got to lose.
Tony Oberstar wants to know if they're going to bring in Big Bad Bob to the big show in Minneapolis. Is that where Tony Oberstar's from?
I think he yells around those areas. So maybe Tony, Goosey, Anthony Overstar. You got too many names, my man. You got too many names.
Goosey, gonna drop a deuce.
Now that would be horrifying if your toilet disappeared.
Would be. Jey Uso is in full support of Naomi going Impact. Are you happy for them? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Cool.
I mean that's cool. She's going to Impact. I mean, I think she kind of got a raw deal. I mean,
I do too.
But I mean, there could be other things going into it.
Yeah, because I kind of think Sasha's leaving Japan, so maybe I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things work out in the future.
Do you think Sasha could show up in AEW at some point?
I think so. Yeah, I think I foresee that happening.
I thought it would have happened already. I am surprised it hasn't happened already, but
I think it could be that could be one of the big surprises at the Wembley show. That Wembley show has to be on pay-per-view. You can't have that giant crowd and not having a pay-per-view.
It's got. I thought it was All In, so I thought that All In's normally a pay-per-view.
No, it's All Out. That's normally pay-per-view.
Oh, it's All Out. So it's All In. Oh,
Yeah, and it's
they gotta have that on.
That would be
It's like a
crazy
week
not to.
before All Out.
That'd be
How about
insane
put it
not
on
to.
Honor Club if they have to? We're already paying $10 a month for that.
Put it on free. Put it on. Make that the Dynamite.
Make it a Dynamite. You could do that.
That would be on your free TV show. You've got you more viewers than pay-per-view, and they see that big show. That'd be pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I definitely would like to see some footage.
No, Lexar, I didn't change my count. You blocked me, dumbass.
Maybe he's trying to play it off now that we've been more than nice to him. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not going to bend over backwards for you. Jesus, dude. All right. Dobbs Dean Maya wants to know, who's the best king of wrestling? And you can't pick Jerry the King Lawler. So I would say Lawler, but if I can't pick Lawler,
why do you add the caveat of not picking Jerry?
I don't know. You probably should say the second best then at that point.
I know mine.
I think I know mine.
Harley Race.
Harley Race.
Yeah.
Haku.
I like Macho King.
Macho King's.
Randy
That was
Savage.
the first show I went to was a King of the Ring in I think 86 or 87, and this was before it was a pay-per-view. Used to be an annual house show event in New England, and it was before he was the king on TV, but he won the King of the Ring. He at the finals he beat was Macho Man beat King Kong Bundy. It was a very cool show to go to, one night tournament.
Jack,
Awesome.
those are all great choices, and I like them. But the thing is, there's nobody who put a bigger smile on my face than King Booker.
Yes.
Well, he was good as King, but I'm trying. I think I've been damp. My love of Booker T over the last few years is really like took away. It's like current Taz was taking away some of my love for original Taz. But to be fair, he was great as King Booker. He was great.
King Booker was good.
It's probably his last great run.
For sure, I agree with that.
Yo, Inchman, when will GTA 6 drop? Oh boy!
Well, I think it'll drop. I'm gonna say
Drop it
Christmas.
like it's hot.
Christmas this year, probably. I know some stuff's leaked from it, which they're banning a lot of people who shows anything with that. But I don't really look for leaks. I want the full game. I don't want half-finished games. I want the full thing. Like movies, I don't want to know everything about a movie before I go see it.
I agree. That's why one of the things I really like about festivals is I usually go not knowing anything. And it's really hard to do, but if I can go into a movie without seeing the preview, the trailer, it is a lot of fun. Because the trailers today almost give out the whole movie.
Oh gosh, you see that Foreman trailer, the George Foreman movie that's coming out? It has
saw it.
Almost you seen the whole movie, but the trailer shows like every stage of his life.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they showed They showed like a synopsis of the whole film.
Yeah,
it wasn't. It was fine. It's a fine watch, but it almost felt like a made-for-TV movie. It wasn't like tremendous or anything, but it's fine to watch, especially probably if you were just at home and watching on TV. It's fine. What was really weird about it, so they recreate all his fights, with the actors, except for the Holyfield fight. They show the real fight, but they did this really terrible face swap with the actor and the real Foreman. So all the other fights are the actors playing the fighters, except for that one. And then it honestly looks so bad. It looks like some kind of app, those apps on your phone where you can like put your face on some guy dancing around or a movie. And it was very it looks so bad. Like you could just see like this bad face swap. And it's like, I don't know what the hell was the point of that.
That's strange.
Mighty Lexar gave a shout out to Colleen. By the way, Colleen, I did not send your shirt out yet because I was very busy in the last week, but I'll send it this week. And you're also going to get some stickers. Since Colleen donated to Without Your Head, she is going to get one of these. I'm going to get some made for In Your Head too, but you're going to get one of these stickers from Without Your Head sticker. And we also have the wrestling stickers for people who want to donate to the wrestling show. You can super chat or Venmo Headyverse. $5 you'll get I forget how I do it, one sticker because these are big ones, and if you do $10 more you get 3 stickers. But she donated to Without Your Head, so she's getting some of these, and you're going to get some horror movie stickers, and there's some cool ones in here like this.
Ooh, Jason Voorhees.
Yeah, should I pick hers out here live on this show?
It's up to you.
Yeah, we can do that. So you're gonna get this red Without Your Head sticker, Colleen. You're gonna get this Jason Voorhees sticker. You're going to get another Jason Voorhees sticker, but it's Friday the 13th one. It's pretty cool.
That's pretty
Let's
sweet.
move these around so you're not getting all the same ones. This is Jenna. I believe that's Jennifer's body sticker.
Okay. Yeah, I would say.
Trying to. I don't want to get more Jason stickers just because. Boom. That is from The Shining.
The carpet from The Shining.
Yeah, and we'll do
With the
one
door.
more here. Let's mix these up. Because I think I was going through them and I had them all together. So, all right.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, that's cool. It's a little silhouette Freddy Krueger.
Like a little cutesy Freddy Krueger.
Yeah. So that will go out with her wrestling shirt.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right, Inchman.
Yes, sir. Got any more questions?
Mm-hmm. We all know AEW's great, but what things do you think WWE are doing better than AEW? Video packages?
Storylines, I think. Like, not all the lines, but like the bloodline stuff. I do think that story is better than what's been presented on a lot of AEW stuff. And keeping with it, because they've kept with that bloodline stuff. It's been like the main part of the show, you know, and it's like, and it's good, and I think that brings people back to the program. I think AEW needs to do stuff like that, maybe with the Blackpool Combat Club, or you know, whoever catches, you know, some fire. You know, the MJF stuff was good. I don't like this 4-pillar thing though. I'm not too crazy about all that. I mean, it just seems like it could have been done better. I thought.
Yeah, I think they maybe should have. I really liked it the first couple weeks, but then I think when they tried to prolong the build and they did the weird tournament, and then they did Sammy going with MJF, it really took away from it. Now it's not as good as it was.
I mean, MJF, he's like, you can tell this guy's a star, and he needs.
I
to
think
be
they
like,
probably should have just done MJF and Darby. I think that would have been.
That probably would have been a better angle. You know, just don't even get the others involved. Let them do their own angle.
Yeah, and you could do that another time. I think the 4 pillars match.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think it was executed very well. So.
Yeah,
but
video
I think they could do.
Too. They also, I think WWE does a good job of hyping matches after they're over, where AEW doesn't. So like a match. Okay, so someone either wins a belt, or there's like a big like match where someone does something crazy, and like you'll see like video of it over and over. Sometimes sometimes too much, but it gets over the importance, and you remember that. Where there's very, very few times does AEW ever show highlights of anything after.
Yeah, they could do that a lot more. Like, I know some people get annoyed with it because they're like, "I've already seen this," which I can understand, but
it doesn't have to
showing
be like,
everybody else, you know, who hadn't.
It doesn't. I don't mean like, you know, just show like a little. Hey, okay. I don't think they even do a highlight package of like after a pay-per-view's over.
Not normally.
Show like a minute or a 2-minute highlight. Hey, this is what you missed on All In, and then you show some of the cool stuff.
And that bleeds over into your show, how the people are going to react from what happened on the pay-per-view, you know.
And you're like, oh shit, I got to get these pay-per-views.
Yeah. Like the Brock Lesnar thing, they showed him like hitting his head on the turnbuckle, and they went Alfred Hitchcock on you because they turned it black and white on Raw. Exactly. They didn't want to show the blood.
Yeah.
But yeah, just stuff like that, you know, let it work into each other.
So Colleen and I, we're going to go to the farmer's market one of these Sundays. There's also some cool food trucks at this farmer's market in Bostonian towns. Golgo 13s. I watched the Firm Deletion on Rampage last week, and the only part I liked was Orgasmic Isaiah. I've seen mostly people loving it. I've not seen it. I normally don't like these kind of things, so I'm probably not the audience for it, but I will check it out.
The Orgasmic Isaiah part, you know how he's been doing that thing?
No, I don't know who that is.
Well, the thing from like those, like the guy in Walmart, he goes up behind somebody and does it in their ear, and they turn
He
around.
does it in his rear.
In the ear.
Oh,
and then
he
the
fucks
guy.
him in the ear.
No, he turns around and he goes like, "Who the hell are you?"
He
You know?
jizzes in the man's ear.
No, he just makes the noise. He just makes a weird noise. You haven't seen these videos?
Who the hell's Isaiah?
It's interesting.
So Isaiah, the guy from Private Party, he is taking this over, and he's doing that kind of like. So he was on the top of the big building that Matt has his ring in, and like you hear him just do that out of nowhere, and then he jumps off and then Matt looked at him and said that was absolutely orgasmic. I wasn't too crazy about it. I think that didn't need to. That's a little.
We should bring back eargasms. That was a good saying here. In your head, bringing the eargasms.
Yeah.
You listen to the theme song, your ears start to get all moist, then you hear Jack and Intra talking, and you're getting into the groove. And, as the show goes on, you have multiple eargasms.
My ears are getting moist right now.
Hell yeah!
I mean, I think Bruce, he's had probably 2 or 3 already tonight.
That's what bleached his hair.
Yeah, the cum doesn't stand out as much.
Wow, he's getting dirty here.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, jizz.
I don't know if that's any better.
Kai Spires is famous on Facebook now. What are your favorite memories of him? Why is he? I'm a big fan of Kai Spires, but I didn't know he's Facebook famous.
Isn't he the one that does the In Vegas baby? He's always posting crazy things.
Yeah. Oh, that's become a famous thing.
I don't know. Maybe. I think they're funny though. Like a lot of his In Vegas baby, and it's something crazy. Yeah, he told him.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, Galgo13 here in the chat room. He said Matt Hardy told Orgasmic Isaiah that he knew he would come, and Isaiah said he always does.
Whoa!
Wow. I knew you would come. That's pretty raunchy though for television, don't you think?
I do not approve of raunch. I think they should. I think on these shows they should pray and go to church, take their vitamins.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know it was funny, but I don't know. It was just like, I could see some people being turned off by it. Like if I was watching that and my parents walked in and Matt Hardy looked up and he said, "I knew you would come," I'd be like, "Oh God."
But would any of the deletion stuff be like, hell yeah, look at this daddy?
No.
Come in here, Mal. Look at this here wrestling. Yeah.
It's just like way too much explaining to do. Like who's Vanguard won and all that, and it's like why is Maximum or whatever his name is, Matt's kid, driving this like he drove like one of his toy like the little cars that kids can get in. He drove it at the guy you hate. What's his name? The guy.
There's a lot of people I hate.
Oh, I know his name. It's just leaving me at the moment. The manager guy.
That's
Stokely Hathaway. He drove his little car at him, and he like took a bump off of that.
He drives a little car. Was he a clown?
I missed
one show, and I don't know anything that's happening in the whole company anymore.
Matt Hardy's son, Maximum or Maximo or what's Matt Hardy's son name? I forget his name.
It's like
Steve
Maxim. It's not Maxine. I know that, but he drove it. He drove his little kids car.
It's
with
big
the
wheels.
steering wheel.
Oh,
Power
I used to have
wheels.
a big wheel.
It has a battery in it and it's self-propelled. It's like a real car, but not a real car, but a car that moves for kids. Kids car, Jack.
Those are fun.
I'm fucking tired.
You could buy one at like Walmart. They're cool.
I know. I wish I could have one now.
Yeah.
I'm too big for them. I need a go-kart. Can we have we need to do a go-kart race sometime, Jack? See who wins. Make it
I've never ridden a go-kart.
Yeah. Well, we need to have one, and it needs to be for $5,000. See who wins.
I had the big green. I think it was like the green machine or something. Big wheel.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What about a big wheel race? You want to do a
Hell
big
yeah,
wheel
that'd be
race?
sweet. Be like The Shining.
I'm pretty sure I've seen adult big wheels.
If not, there should be cool.
Yeah, just drifting all over the place. That's what
I'll get on my adult big wheel with my adult diapers, and I'll just start riding around. Just disturb everybody. They're like, "Why is that overgrown baby riding around like that?"
Hell yeah. All right. Larry Smith wants to know.
Oh yeah, Larry Smith. He's a good dude.
You know him?
No, I like him though. Well, let's see. Let's hear the question first, and then
which company do you think will be the first to make a move to help out the other company, WWE or AEW? Well, I think AEW has tried to do that a couple times.
I think the AEW, because they've even offered to like let Billy Gunn go to a show.
Yeah.
And WWE wasn't like willing to help them at certain points. So then they said, well, all right, screw you guys. So definitely AEW. I like Larry Smith's question. He's a good man. I give him thumbs up to that.
Larry Smith.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Dobbs Dean Maya. I just want to say that I love Jack and Intra very much. Top show guys. And does Intra still dislike me? I cry at night thinking about this.
No. I just keep my eye on him now. Keep a watchful eye on Dobbs, but I don't hate him. He's good with me. I'm just curious. Just waiting. Just being careful. You know.
This is another good point by Dustin. AEW already let Jericho do the WWE podcast, with Austin. Yeah,
That's
they've
true.
done this a few
That's
times,
true.
so definitely.
Good point there, Dustin.
And
now,
Goldust says Maxwell is the child. This is the name of the child.
Maxwell, excuse me. Now has
what
WWE?
if MJF is the future child sent to the past, like the Terminator?
That'd be sweet.
Oh my goodness! You're saying MJF is Matt Hardy's kid?
Maxwell. His name's Maxwell. That's what the M stands for in MJF. Maxwell.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Now that's promo material for him. He can be like saying something to Matt about it if they ever cross paths.
Then he can melt down like T5000 just into a pool.
Oh my,
that'd be sweet.
That's something they ain't ever had, a kid Terminator. Who would suspect the kid?
That's true. And you don't want to kill a kid. Like, I can't fucking kill a child.
Crawls down a manhole really fast. Like
he's shooting this freaking rocket launcher at you. And you're like, well, I can't bring myself to kill him.
Sarah Connor? He rides away on his big wheel. That's that'd be
son
cool, like
of Terminator.
Yeah, like a child Terminator. He's on a big wheel, but it's got like rockets on it.
I think this is a money idea. We got
show him in a garage, just building it like at midnight or something.
Fucking badass
just
big
stealing
wheel.
Shit from the house.
He can just turn into the big wheel. He's like T2. His like legs turn into a big wheel, and he's like going down the street. Daniel Shell. We got some new questionnaires in here. Given the London success, will AEW make it a yearly thing with how Tony's ego can be?
I definitely think
he's
they'll
got
go.
a big ego.
I
think if anything, he probably could use a bigger ego to keep people in line. But
yeah, that's true. I think they'll.
It wouldn't be an ego thing. Wouldn't it just be a smart thing to do? If it's a huge success.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think they'll return definitely, but I don't think they'll get as big as crowd as the first one.
Right. But I think, I would think it would be it would be like, this is a huge success. Let's never do this ever again. That wouldn't be very smart, would it?
Yeah, that wouldn't be smart at all. Be like ECW One Night Stand,
Exactly.
which they did do one more, but I mean they could have milked that for forever, you know.
Yeah,
But
milk it.
not do like ECW on Sci-Fi and then all that bullshit.
Yeah. I think the Omega Moxie cage match, he said tonight, and I was like, okay, it's not tonight. It's
But it
Tuesday,
is.
but it's technically tonight. But this is my laws of time. If you're awake the day before, it's not the next day till 5 a.m. So if you're awake Monday, if you're awake Tuesday, so if you're awake when this show started, it's technically still Tuesday till 4 a.m. for you. 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. is like a void. It's not it's free time. You can do whatever you want. It's not
Can you
not the
commit
night
time?
before and it's not the day next. 5 a.m. it is now the new day.
This void time, can you commit crimes during that time?
It's like the purge. Yep.
I smoke weed at 420.
See, yeah,
wow.
and it's not illegal.
It's limbo.
Don't use what I say in courts of law or to the authority.
It's Jackie Jones's theory.
Exactly. This is my laws of time. So it's 12:55 a.m. is not Wednesday. Technically, it is if you're like a scientist, but if you're a regular folk, right now is late Tuesday night.
I used to subscribe to how you were saying. I used to agree with you, Jack, until I started working at my current job.
Yeah, but then you sleep the day before.
But it's like they have me split my shift though at midnight. So now I do kind of look at it as Wednesday.
Yeah, but you're just forced to by some asshole. But if you were just like a normal person,
they are not assholes.
Not succumbing to the laws of the man, you'd be like, Jackie Jones is right.
Yeah, time is a creation of man.
Exactly. Not really, but yeah.
Kind of.
There are laws. I mean, but yeah, I agree. Exactly. All right. Nikhil Callahan. Nikhil time! It's time! It's time! It's Nikhil time! Yeah! Ah!
You're scaring me.
Yeah. Nikhil Callahan. WrestleTix reports that AEW Double or Nothing is currently at 69% capacity. Double or Nothing? What the?
Double or Nothing?
Although ticket
that's
sales...
the next pay-per-view, ain't it? That's coming up. Double or Nothing.
On April 5, the show sold 6,585 tickets. The latest update reveals that 6,807 tickets have been sold. This means in a month, the show moved only 222 tickets. Well, I don't know like the trends in ticket sales, but I would assume most ticket sales sell the most right away and then kind of trickle in until like the show comes up. I don't know.
It's because you don't really even have anything.
Yeah, there's no card
announced yet.
I mean, you got.
Yeah, I mean the main event's not even been announced. Really.
Yeah.
Not yet. I mean, it's going to be between.
Yeah, so I mean they sold a lot of tickets just.
Well, actually, didn't they last week? They ended the show that it was going to be the 4-way because he turned on Sammy. So it is going to be a 4-way.
Yeah.
So I take that back. It has been announced.
Mm-hmm. Who's the Lucky Pierre on the 4-way?
Probably Jungle Boy.
AEW have had 5 steel cages since forming. Cody Rhodes versus Wardlow. I don't even remember that.
I remember it, yeah.
Young Bucks versus the Lucha Bros. Britt Baker versus Thunder Rosa. Shawn Spears versus Wardlow. I don't remember that one either. And Jungle Boy versus Luchasaurus. Which one is your favorite? Probably Jungle Boy Luchasaurus. That was really good. Britt Baker was good though too.
Yeah.
I remember that Luchasaurus match was really good. It was probably his best match.
Yeah, they've all been pretty good. I like the Cody one with Wardlow, but I just don't like Cody anymore. So I'm kind of torn at this point. I'm not sure. Can I change it to something else now?
You're not orgasmic incher over Cody Rhodes?
I hate Cody Rhodes now. I used to like him. I used to be a fan, but not anymore. I can't stand him.
I have a new head shaver. The titanium head shaver is pretty sweet.
Yeah. Shave your balls with it?
I'm going to shave my balls so you can lick them clean.
Ooh.
Do you like my balls shaven clean, incher, or do you like them a little hairy?
Go to hell, you son of a bitch.
Kenny Omega calls John. I'm sorry, intro's out of line. Kenny Omega calls John Moxley's AEW. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me start somewhere. Kenny Omega calls John Moxley's AEW. John Moxley AEW's MVP. So the MVP of
what was the question? I don't understand what you're saying.
Kenny Omega. He calls John Moxley AEW's MVP.
Okay.
For AEW, John's been the one, Omega continued. He's been at almost every show. He's bled at almost every show. There's no one higher on the blood-giving list. Thoughts? I wouldn't know about putting the blood stuff over so much, but he has a guy that he stepped the game up when they were in a lot of trouble there with after the Punk stuff going down. One guys were suspended. Punk was gone. He's hurt. He was going to take time off, and he came through and helped the company. So yeah, I think he's got to be up there.
Yeah, I definitely think he is.
I'd have to put Jericho up there too.
Yeah, Jericho most definitely. I think he is. I mean, Jericho, he's really acting like pretty much the locker room leader there. I mean, as far as trying to get things smoothed over, as far as this current situation's been, and trying to help Tony with a lot of things. I mean, I think that's good.
I'd also have to put QT Marshall in there.
What? QT Marshall?
Yeah, my boy, QT Marshall. Colleen says you got to rub it for luck. What are we supposed to be rubbing?
Wait a minute. I don't think
we can't get kicked off YouTube. Cornette said Tony Khan has no guts to fire people, especially after the YouTube shows were canceled. Thoughts? I don't agree with this part. I don't think if you have people under contract, unless they've done something wrong, you should honor the contract. I think he always does the right thing there.
I would say, I think,
and then he doesn't renew people that's the right way to do a contract.
But I would say I think a fireable defense has been done by Rusev.
Yes, I agree.
I think he needs to be fired. I think
if you're not coming to work, you should be fired. But you shouldn't just fire like low-level guys just because you don't have this other show.
I think Andrade, I think he needs to be fired.
Yes, people like that. I agree with that.
Or I should say, what's his new name? Miro and Andrade. Or whatever his new name is.
Fuck him. Fuck them both. And the other guy I think blows, but Miro I'm a big fan of. But
what's with Charlotte wanting to be like a weightlifter now? And now I seen she was doing a cornhole contest.
Hell yeah! You want to do some cornholing with Charlotte?
What's going on there? Like, is she sick of wrestling?
She just lost her love for the wrestling. She's like, I'm leaving wrestling and I'm going into cornholing.
And weightlifting. Cornholing and weightlifting.
Has there ever been a crossover star who really excelled at weightlifting and cornholing?
I don't think so.
You got to research that one.
How much can cornholing pay?
Now, would Ric Flair stop one of his runs so he could be a weightlifter and a cornholer?
He's like, I don't want to be the NWA champ anymore. I want to go play cornhole.
He definitely cared about money way more than
Cornhole.
How much money could you make playing cornhole?
That's like, I'm gonna become a Yahtzee player. That's not even a thing. You could go play cornhole on your, like, hey, I like to play cornhole, but you don't become a cornholer. That's not a thing like someone just does. Like, what do you do? I'm a professional cornholer.
Man. Yeah. I don't get it. I don't
Is there
know
is there like a cornhole league? A professional cornhole league?
I'm sure there is.
I'm not.
Is it like on TV? Do they pay the cornholers?
I'm too scared what the search results would be from professional cornhole league.
Yeah, I was about to say something.
Bruce, let's keep it clean.
All right.
No.
Matt Hardy says all London success shows AEW's power as a global brand. I mean, how can you disagree, really?
AJ here, he's saying, ask your Alexa or AI device. I don't have any of those. I don't like asking questions out loud. Yeah. It's not hard for me just to pick up my phone and punch in a question. You like having an Alexa or
I don't have
Siri or
I don't trust it personally, in a weird way.
Yeah,
I'm all about technology, but I don't want them knowing my voice.
Well, good night, Colleen. Thank you for staying up late. We appreciate it.
What's with the menacing laugh?
I'm trying to stay awake. The SmackDown triple threat matches are. So this tournament for the new titles, like all triple threat matches in the first round. It's very odd. Lashley versus Theory versus Sheamus. I assume Lashley will win that.
Probably. Sheamus might. I mean, they have been wanting to put Sheamus over some. And if Drew McIntyre's leaving, then they need another star. So.
Yeah, but now Lashley's like kind of like odd man out at times. Edge versus Mysterio versus AJ Styles. That one is actually more up in the air, I think.
Yeah, any of those guys could win.
I think AJ I'm going to go with, but I don't know.
I guess if I had to say who I would want to win from that, I'm going to say Rey Mysterio.
Ugh.
Just because you think, I bet Dom would get involved somehow.
Fuck Rey Mysterio.
I don't like him, but I'm sure that it'd be a fan favorite.
Who will, though? And then they face Seth Rollins?
I just hope Edge I don't know, he just doesn't even make it to the ring.
I thought, is Cody Rhodes already out of this?
Yeah, Brock Lesnar. He was about to pin a guy, and then Brock Lesnar pulled him out of the ring and did an F5. So Cody's already out, Jack. He is not getting the belt.
I missed the Raw report.
He is not getting the belt in Saudi Arabia.
Damn. So who's going to, I guess then they go on to face Rollins, huh?
Yeah, Rollins
is the guy from Raw. Night of Champions in Saudi Arabia, so it could be Edge, because they usually, the Prince like someone like from back in the day.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think about that. Oh God. I cannot stand Edge anymore. Like, I don't know what it is.
I prefer Christian.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but Edge is just so, like, I don't know. I just can't get into him anymore.
I can see clearly how to hear. The SmackDown triple threat matches. We did that one. Rumors are that Roman Reigns could face either AJ Styles or Bobby Lashley at SummerSlam. Are those matches that get your dick hard?
Not really. I'm kind of done with AJ. I know people like him, but he's just been started and stopped so much.
Like many times.
Yeah, and I'm not too crazy about that either. I want Reigns going against like somebody else. I'd rather see Reigns and Sammy, but that's already been Vince McMahon.
That's like already dead, and it was like the hottest thing in the world.
Vince
I think
McMahon, he
it should be
destroyed that.
Roman Reigns versus Otis.
Roman Reigns versus Otis. What about Gunther?
You get two heels, but I'm a big fan of Gunther.
Yeah, I don't think they're going.
And I don't think I'd turn Gunther into a babyface.
Not under the current regime. I don't think poor Gunther's going to be used very well.
From understanding, it was not a Mr. McMahon's not a fan.
Yeah, and it's probably fucking Austin Theory. Just Austin Theory out of nowhere is going to be crammed in there, taking on Roman Reigns or something.
How about maybe Happy Corbin?
Maybe that's a Vince guy.
They said I read a thing that they said the people scoffed at the people that McMahon was pitching for Roman Reigns. And it did make me think, I bet it's Happy Corbin who's like, let's put Happy Corbin in there.
Now, Baron, if you're out there listening to this, I can't blame you. I really can't blame you. I would sit there and just take the money and take the pushes, but nobody wants to see you. Nobody but Vince McMahon.
Just Vinnie Mac.
And I guess that's all that matters, because that's what WWE gets, because Vince McMahon makes it happen. So.
Do you think, now this is all alleged, but do you think Baron Corbin has ever signed an NDA?
No. I don't think Baron would do that. Well, maybe.
Favorite Thomas Jane movie? Mine is The Deep Blue Sea. Oh, man.
He fucking hates Rocky. How's that possible? I don't know if I've ever seen Deep Blue Sea. I'm going to say Boogie Nights. He was in Boogie Nights.
Was he? Okay. I'm trying to think who Thomas Jane is. Didn't he play the Punisher or something?
Yeah, he played the Punisher.
Okay.
That's where he...
I like The Mist. The Mist is good.
Yeah, The Mist is good. Boogie Nights is what I'll go with. See, he was the original Dirk Diggler. Like when Anderson was making the short movies and stuff.
Oh.
Thomas Jane was Dirk Diggler, but it got switched to Mark Wahlberg whenever he made Boogie Nights.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Boogie Nights, but I don't really consider it his movie.
It's not his movie, I know that, but it's a Nikhil question. That's what you're getting.
All right, I'm gonna go with The Mist. I watched the 2004 movie The Punisher starring Thomas Jane and John Travolta. I enjoyed it. And Kevin Nash was in it. He plays a Russian assassin. Have you seen the movie, and what are your memories?
It pissed me off that Kingpin was white, number one, and it was John Travolta in number two. It was terrible. I hate that.
It's a bad movie, but I think it was cool to see Kevin Nash in that part.
I forgot about that.
That's all I'm saying. And I
thought
like
all
Thomas
the Punisher
Jane.
movies were pretty bad, but the TV show that was on Netflix was really good. I think that was the best.
Oh, I want to see that. The Dolph Lundgren fucking Punisher.
No, not that's terrible.
Oh, I like
the
Dolph
Punisher,
Lundgren.
the Netflix series.
I like the
No,
Dolph
I know.
Lundgren
I want to see that. Yeah.
The TV series, yeah. I like the dude.
Also, a great Kingpin in the Netflix series of shows. That's not in the Punisher. He's in Daredevil, but
they're going to move him over, aren't they?
I really liked all those Netflix shows. They were really good. They had like a gritty feel. Or good. I did the whole just a guy on the roster thing. I have no desire to do that again. If I'm gonna be there, I want to matter. And I think I proved over the past 3 years that I'm more than capable of holding my own. That was Matt Cardona on the Heated Shenanigans podcast. What are your thoughts?
I mean, he ain't wrong. I mean,
yeah, you should. Everyone should want to. I always hate it when people are like, "Oh, I'm just happy to be there," or fans are like, "Oh, they should be." That guy was employed for 10 years, even though he's like a fucking complete nothing. Like, big friggin' deal. If you're like an athlete or performer of some kind, you should want to be memorable and do something important in the show.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long I could like stomach Matt Cardona, but I guess like
I've never been a fan, but I give the guy a lot of credit. He's got himself really over in WWE without their help, and then they really just squandered, I think. And
Yeah.
even though I'm not a fan of his, he gets a lot of buzz behind him. He really he's a good self promoter, and he gets he's done well for himself. So
I,
I
I don't
respect that.
understand why he didn't do very well in AEW. Like,
Yeah,
what's
he did
the deal?
nothing. It's weird. I just don't really care for him. But
Even though
I
he
mean,
got his
look, he's
pizza
got. I
cutter,
don't know what it is about him. I just don't really like. But
or you had his pizza cutter.
oh yeah, well that makes it awesome. Yeah,
What, did you find
Intra came and stole it.
it? He never did find it.
Mm.
Jeez.
King Charles III was officially coronated on Saturday. Are you a fan of the royal family? No.
I watched the whole coronation just because it was like
Fuck that
I was at
shit.
work. I was at work and there's absolutely nothing on in the morning. I thought, what the hell? It's like one hasn't happened in how long's it been? Like 60 years or 70 years? And I was like, I'll go ahead and watch it. And just reminded me a lot of like a Catholic mass. I mean, like whenever you go to mass, and
It's
just
another
reminded me of
thing I
that.
don't want to go to.
But like, I mean, I'm not saying that you gotta watch it or anything, but
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Someone said that Meghan Markle,
it's all right.
like one of the married Prince Harry, or
Fuck
whatever
the royalty.
But like they said that there were rumors that she snuck into the ceremony dressed
really?
like an 85-year-old white guy, like with like long white hair and like a
Who
weird.
told you this, Tazo?
No, it was on a podcast, but
Oh, I haven't heard any of this.
no, it was just goofy. They were like, "Oh, this is ridiculous." Like, yeah. Anyway, but it was funny. Like the guy was supposed to be wearing an all-white suit and like super long hair and like 90. Like, why would you show up at like the biggest ceremony in that country's like forever dressed ridiculously like that, And you're like,
yeah. I watched it and it was all right, I guess. I mean, it wasn't great or nothing, but I mean, it was just interesting, I guess. I mean, but I just watched it because it's like we probably won't see another one until he kicks the bucket. So,
Is he like 80?
I think he's close to 80. I don't think he's 80 yet, but he's older. So, I mean,
The hell, I'm American. I don't give a shit about kings and queens. What the hell is this, Game of Thrones?
William
Get
will
with
be
the
next in
times,
line.
England.
I hear they don't even do anything. They're just kind of like figureheads. So.
They spent millions of dollars on all this bullshit when they could have used that to help people. I like Cassidy, but I'm getting a bit fed up with the title matches. Are you? No, I actually think that's usually one of the highlights of the show for me.
You like Cassidy and Bandito teaming now?
Yeah. No, I actually think I think his title matches have been one of the highlights of the shows. I don't why wouldn't you want title matches though either? I don't get it. Do you have any memories of when CM Punk turned heel and gave the GTS to The Rock on the 1000th Raw? Not really, no.
Not a whole lot, no. I mean,
I think we're halfway through Nikhil's questions. John Moxley, the BCC versus the Elite rivalry is the absolute apex of pro wrestling right now. Do you agree? I like it.
I like it, yeah. Is it the top thing in wrestling right now? I think I'd give that to
Bad Bunny.
The Bloodline storyline right now. But I do like the BCC stuff. So.
You like the BBC, I heard.
I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah, British Broadcasting Company.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed by
I
how
watched
much
some
I
of that
like.
Benny Hill,
I like the Benny Hill and
Doctor Who,
yeah.
Faulty Towers.
I've
They
never
show
seen.
boobs on the BBC.
They
What?
do? What?
Yeah, because they're not like as uptight.
Did you
in
say
Europe.
Intra likes the nude BBC?
Probably.
That's not what he said.
There are boobs on like European.
He likes to see the
stuff.
BBC between the boobs.
Mm.
Oh my lord.
I hear that's the weather forecast there.
That's the whole
It's all
weather
jacked.
forecast there.
Making it rain.
Ooh, boy, they really aren't uptight, are they?
Shit.
So like after Prince Charles is coronated, he's like, well, I'd like to see what's on the weather, and he turns it on, and that's what's on. He's like,
There
are
will
they
be
gonna get with the
scattered
weather
golden
report?
showers. Yes. Anyway. Scatter. What? I mean scat. Wait.
Oh my.
Okay, I'll quit.
Would you bring an umbrella to a golden shower?
Mm. I think
You
if I were
probably wish
committed
you
to it, I'd
did.
have to take it all in. Go all the
If
way.
you if you happen to walk into one, you probably wish you did have an umbrella.
Wrestling Observer reported CM Punk will be the star. Yeah, I don't know what I believe, but I think Meltzer just is getting senile and he just hears stuff. I'll wait and see what happens.
I'm not gonna badmouth Dave. I like Dave.
I am. I'm gonna
think
pack that bitch around. Boom, ha! Take that, David Moore.
you need to book him for the show.
He's like, well, Matt Jackson told me this, so it's gotta be true.
I don't think it's all Matt Jackson. I don't know.
It's 100% fact if he said it.
I bet Tony was talking to him, but I bet he stopped. So
I don't blame him. Conan has criticized AEW for mishandling CM Punk's debut in August. What? That was like one of the greatest segments in modern wrestling.
I haven't heard Conan complaining about it. I haven't heard the arguments, so I don't know.
Conan believes the rivalry did not elevate Darby Allin's status, but it wasn't for that. It was actually, I mean, it did. I mean, it was a big deal. I disagree completely. That was a great match, and you couldn't debut Punk and have him lose. That would be insane.
Yeah. Well, I think that Punk wanted to like elevate younger people, but I don't think that's what
I think some of the ones after that wasn't smart, but the Darby Allin match was good.
I don't think Punk should be used in that manner at this time. I think he needs to be main event Punk. He doesn't need to be guy who's elevating people, especially when he first comes in and
he was
so
wrestling
hot.
like 20-minute matches versus like almost like job dudes, like
yeah.
But a long match with Darby Allin on a pay-per-view, that's different.
You ain't paying this guy all this money to come in and make other stars. I mean, you want that eventually.
Right.
Not right now.
And he's not going to, if he just wrestles everyone under the sun, it's not making him a star. But if he's in a feud with MJF or something, that helps that guy out.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I think
seems like Punk don't like MJF either.
I really felt during that one that was more story, but that was more
question. It could be just story, but I question whether it was or not. I could be a mark.
You never hear him brought up in any of the stuff about like he won't be in the,
Yeah.
So I don't think so. I think Will Hobbs should reform Team Taz and Starks and Hook. What do you think? I do think they were all better together. I'll say that. Starks is doing well for himself. I'll say.
I think they should have just kept with the Book of Hobbs stuff. They shouldn't have switched to QT Marshall.
Yeah, that's
QT
rotten.
Network.
Right.
Can Incher do his JR impression? Yeah. I sound like an old gangster.
James Cagney or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that go to Turo's Biscuit World. I can't do it anymore hardly. I'm bad at it. I used to do it better. Like I got it in my head where I sound just like an old school gangster. And I can't change it to JR. Who's this guy? Is that Abdullah?
That's Abdullah.
Nah, Abdullah the Butcher. I used to call his matches. You see, yeah, Abdullah the Butcher. I can't do it anymore. I don't know why. It's just something in my head. I can't do it hardly anymore.
Ray Phoenix versus Cesaro is a double Jeopardy match. And it's about the ROH titles. I do not want to see ROH stuff on my AEW TV. I kind of agree.
That's another thing. It's like, why is the title matches for ROH happening on AEW? Why aren't they happening on ROH?
I agree, because you already have too many titles as it is. And then when you have all the ROH titles on the show, it's way too much.
And it's like, it just feels like I should be getting this on ROH. I'm paying for the program.
Yeah, you got to make that special. Otherwise, what's the incentive of buying it?
Yeah, and it's like, come on, guys. I mean, I'm not saying change the titles right now. I mean, we do get Samoa Joe with the TV title on the belt a lot, but I think they should have the ROH. And Athena, she's on it a lot. Right,
I used to have a cat named Athena.
Yeah.
I watched Guardians of the Galaxy 3 and enjoyed it a lot. Best Marvel movie in a while. Do you have plans to watch it? I saw it Friday and I loved it. I thought it was great. I thought it might be my favorite Marvel movie.
I haven't seen any of the Guardian Galaxies.
Oh,
not that I want to watch them, but
they're my favorites of the Marvel movies. Should Jim Ross be a commentator for AEW Collision? Yes.
Nah. Yeah,
actually, I think you should be back on Dynamite. I like the original 3 guys.
I was doing the Dynamite, but I couldn't hold my bladder. I don't got it anymore. I can't do it like I used to.
Do it, bitch!
Well, he's not on every week now, so.
Yeah, it's hard for me. Like, I used to have like a hatred for JR because it seemed like he was just Vince McMahon's little bitch. He would do everything Vince would say, and then Vince would just treat him like so poorly, and he wouldn't say anything about it. But I think that's like left me. It's left me because he's not Vince McMahon's little bitch anymore. Now, if he comes back and he's back to being Vince McMahon's little bitch, I mean, maybe I could do it again.
He was like to Vince what Incher to me.
No. That's Jason Mitten you're thinking of. You got me confused with bearded Incher.
Jason Mitten is a good young boy.
He's totally ruled by Jack, and it's disgusting, to be honest with you.
He's his own man, and he willingly does all that I please.
Isn't that disgusting, Bruce? Isn't that disgusting?
That's the way to live life. You find your meaning and you run with it.
So he gets off on it so much. Look at that face. He's probably giving in his pants
I'm all
now.
Isaiah over here.
Mm-hmm. Don't do it, Jason. I know I pretty much classified Jason as just the lost cause.
Do it.
It's like I don't even want to waste my breath on him anymore. I tried. I tried in person.
Breath? You should just like fall over, keel over.
No, talking to him, trying to get him out of this. But
besides wrestling and horror, what other stuff are you into? I also like animals, reptiles, 80s and 90s cartoons.
Yeah, I like video games. I like collecting video games mostly. What else am I into? I like Better Call Saul.
I like shucking and jiving.
I like stuff.
I love stuff. Yeah, can't get enough of the stuff.
I do watch a lot of wrestling though, just for the program.
I don't.
I know you're slacker.
Forget it. I've seen it.
Slacker.
Seen enough. Kenny Omega has faced Jon Moxley 3 times. Lights out. Singles match for the world title. Barbed wire match. Which one was your favorite?
Okay, you had the barbed wire one. I'm not going to say that one because I didn't like the fake barbed wire that they used. Some of it I think was real and some of it wasn't. I just don't think you go there and use fake barbed wire. If you advertise barbed wire, I think it all has to be legit. What was the other ones?
Lights out.
Lights out. Was that the one where they were just like it was not sanctioned by AEW? Probably that one, I guess. But they had some barbed wire at the end where they like went into the thing, right? And that was kind of gimmick too.
Barbed wire.
You don't even remember. That's why you're doing that.
El Santos World says thank you. That brings back the memoirs.
I tried. I'm sorry.
Staven Simons once says, I like the Conrad Thompson J.R. Sassafras impression.
Not familiar with it. Is this original material that he has? Like,
I don't know.
Has he actually had some original material that he didn't lift from us?
Juju of the
Bees. The beautiful
Juju of the Bees wants to know, do you think Yokozuna is a good middle name? That's actually my middle name.
Yokozuna.
That's what the E stands for.
I'm going to say no, it's not a good middle name. Whose middle name is Yokozuna?
I think it's one of the Usos, or
Really?
Sequoia, maybe Sequoia. It was
Really?
one of the Samoans.
I just
Solo
watched
Sequoia,
a documentary
Yokozuna.
about
Yeah.
The documentary was good, Bruce.
I liked it.
Yeah, it was good.
Rodney NY or whatever.
It was kind of sad that passed away so young.
Yeah.
And it was good stuff though. I think A&E does a really good job on those documentaries. I tried to watch the Dusty Rhodes one, like I said last week, but it just enraged me. I just couldn't.
Do you think you're secretly got turned on by him?
No. I said enraged, Jack, not like
engorged.
Yeah, I said enraged.
I meant his penis. Jonathan Jackson wants to know, would you be surprised if a hashtag burn member known for arson and sexual assault ended up on the news or in prison for doing something idiotic?
Who's going to end up in the prison for sexual assault or something idiotic?
That's not what he said. Headyverse member who was banned last week but came back this week. Would you be surprised if they ended up in the future in prison or on the news?
I think if he hasn't made it there yet. I mean,
if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. It's up to you. New Jersey.
It's not a question of if, it's just a question of when. And I'm hoping it's something not so bad that it's going to end this show, Like, these are the guys who used to
guys, they're the men who created this monster.
Yeah, I don't want us to get the blame
telling Rockstar what to do from 10 years ago.
Anything that this man does in the future, we are not responsible. We have no interaction outside of the show, okay?
You just need to make a separate video of that, just so it isn't buried in 5 hours of fucking podcast.
Who's your favorite forgettable wrestler? Mine is Kazarni.
Forgettable wrestler.
Well, you remembered him.
But I remember him.
Very true.
Probably Anarchia.
Max Payne. Who is your favorite celebrity turned wrestler, and why is it Bad Bunny? It's not.
I'd probably go with Dennis Rodman. I think Dennis Rodman was a huge name back in the day, and you wouldn't have expected him to do wrestling, but it happened. And I
Jay
think,
Leno.
oh God. I mean, the stuff Rodman did, it was all right, you know. I mean,
Who was that football player in the 90s? Like
JT,
Lawrence Taylor.
not Lawrence Taylor, but the WCW guy.
Kevin Green.
Dickhead. No, not him. The dark haired guy.
Mongo.
Yeah, that's Steve McMichael.
Yeah,
he's the biggest asshole.
Really?
He always freaked me out, like as a kid. He just seemed like a jerk. I was a kid though.
Mr. T.
Mr. T was good.
Andy Kaufman, Stellar Steve O's.
That's a good answer. But like, do they mean one match or do they mean just stayed or
whoever, whatever is the dealio?
Well, my answer was Dennis Rodman.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Who would win in a shoot fight between Bad Bunny and The Weeknd?
I haven't really sized up The Weeknd much, but I would say
Bad Bunny. He's a bad man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who's The Weeknd ever beat?
That's true.
Bad Bunny beat Damian Priest.
We've seen the Bad Bunny take some bumps and stuff, so maybe he is tougher. I don't know about The Weeknd though. I don't know if he's capable of what he's capable of.
Mike Bessel's favorite memories of handsome Jimmy Valiant being on In Your Head.
Exactly.
He gave me the okay to use Handsome Jack, and he gave Incher. He told him to use what was the one? Luscious Biceps.
Luscious Biceps,
which he's not used too much, but Handsome Jack and Luscious Biceps.
There you go. He was a good dude. Always good to us. Mike Bessler, I might be meeting him at a restaurant this weekend.
You might be eating him at the restaurant. What the hell you become a cannibal?
Do you need a hearing aid or something? Like what can't you hear what I say?
Why are you eating Bessler?
I don't know. He looks tasty.
It takes all kinds of fritters to make Farmer Vincent's fritters. Whatever the fuck I was gonna say.
We have arranged a meetup, and we may be.
This sounds sexual.
No. He just wants to. He's going to be in town, and he wants to get together. So. There we go.
Like
it's
docking?
No, good God, dude. I don't be an asshole whenever you're meeting somebody and like, you docking? Good God.
It's like a ship or something?
Exactly. Like two ships passing in the night.
Good
God. What?
No.
There's nothing wrong with it.
I don't want to share any information with you now.
Well, how do you think Bessler feels? He's a married man.
Well, you're turning it into something like that. I don't. He probably feels awful now. It's just like he wants.
Feel better when he's talking with the man. No, I'm sure you guys will have a good time eating some Franks and beans, getting some chili. What are you gonna get? Where are you going? Hillbilly hot dogs.
We planned on going to Tudor's. So yeah, at first.
Tudor's?
Oh fuck! Just go on to the next question. You're annoying me too much.
What did you say? Hooters?
Tudor's, the biscuit world that JR was talking about.
I almost even said we're gonna go get biscuits and gravy. That's cool. That would be fun to go. I've never been to a Tudor's. Have you ever been before?
Well, yeah, I go all the time.
Well, how the hell do I know?
So where they throw the
I had a napkin when JR was talking about it. Like I had a napkin.
Well, man, I don't know. I thought maybe you just collect napkins.
How many more questions do we got?
2.
I got a root canal tomorrow.
Which will be more fun, answering these questions or the root canal?
Probably the root canal.
What's your favorite A&E bio wrestler documentary? This does not count as the 2. This was from the chat.
I missed the Jerry Lawler one. I really wanted to see that one, but like I didn't, and my recorder didn't get it.
I haven't watched any of them. I'm a bad fan.
Probably the Macho Man one. Didn't they have a Macho Man one? Thought Macho Man's was pretty good, and Hogan. I think they had one on Hogan. The Andre one.
I've seen the Andre one like 3 times.
Don't forget to smash that like button. Eat it. Pound it, pound it, pound the like button.
I haven't seen the Iron Sheik one. I think I got to record it. I'll have to watch the Iron Sheik.
Mike Bessels also wants to know, do you prefer rolled gold, Mr. Salty, or another kind of pretzel? Snyder's.
There's these one called Dots pretzels, which are like really good.
What are you, some kind of freak?
I don't know. They have some kind of powder on them, which is delicious.
Cocaine.
I don't know. It's addictive. That's for sure.
Isn't it fun talking to him sometimes, Bruce?
I'll have to keep my mind going a little bit.
He's just like in annoy mode. Now he's doing
What
the
are you
mind
talking
game.
about? I think I'm a cool dude.
He's like, I'm trying to let everybody know that's listening to us that I might be meeting Mike at a restaurant, and you're like, you're gonna be fucking him.
I didn't say you're fucking him. I did not say anything about intercourse. I just said you guys were gonna, like touch penis heads, and one of them was gonna put it inside the other one's foreskin.
That's where you're mistaken. They don't have foreskin. Either of them. There.
That's why Intra and I couldn't talk.
Nice.
All right.
No, they're gonna go to Tudor's and have some biscuits and gravy.
Wee, oh boy.
And get some napkins. No, that sounds fun, Intra. Mikey B's a good man. I think he's a good guy.
There we go. Thank you, sir.
And you're not so bad yourself, fella.
Thank you.
And Travis Sandal with the final question of the night, Intra.
Travis
Sandal wants to know, did you know relic is actually killer spelled backwards?
I don't know if we can do anything now. You've gone into like 2001: A Space Odyssey mode.
Fucking obelisk gonna come down.
So all our minds are blown right now.
Yeah, walk by a mirror with the word killer on it. And oh my god!
Holy shit, that's relic spelled backwards.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
That would be a good, like a little skit. Like you actually see killer, and you're like, oh shit, that's the Impact Wrestler relic spelled backwards.
Yeah, I do that violin noise. I like that.
All right, so smash that like button, Intro. Hit the icon, not the bell icon. Not the internet icon, the bell icon. Intro wants to hit the internet icon. He's like, boom, pounding. He wants to pound the icon. But no, pound the like button, hit the bell icon. You'll get a notification every time we're live or anytime there's a new show up. Do all that. Share this out. Share it with the world. Send it to your Facebook, your Twitter, your Grindr, your MySpace, your Friendster, your wherever the hell you are, any social media outlet out there. Share it. Go and spray paint it on the walls at the school. Go and put graffiti on your neighbor's car. Get some chalk and do it on the sidewalk. Say, I like dressing.com. Do it out. Tell everybody about it. Tell your mama. Tell your papa. Tell your grandkids. Tell your nephews, your nieces, your loved ones, your enemies. Tell everybody you know, and tell everybody you don't know. Just go out and yell it from the rooftops in your head. And we'll be back next week. Had a really good time having the guest on tonight. Maybe we'll get some more guests on the show. I think it adds some stuff to the show here when we have guests. With the new format here, we could pop up the questions. It's a good time.
It is. I think he had fun, and I appreciate that he showed up, Mad Man Pondo. Good stuff.
I'm now a fan of him for the rest of my life.
Hell yeah. Go get this shirt. I would like it myself. Boom.
I wrote it down.
Size large, or someone would like to buy me one. All right, Inchman. We'll be back next week.
See you all later.
Talking the wrestling. All righty, folks. Thank you. Farewell and good night.
Farewell.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.